Chapter 24-24. The new uses of Godhead. Moreover, the initial attack was fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable escape route in the shortest amount of time possible, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, Yi Xian would have suffered a violent attack regardless of whether he had not found a suitable route or if he had been slightly slower. That attack was enough to kill. Yi Xian's figure kept dodging. Fortunately, due to the existence of the two-dimensional law, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to the height. However, dodging left and right wasn't easy. Sometimes, Yi Xian had to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye to avoid one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended on Yi Xian. The appearance of the pressure didn't have the slightest warning. Although the pressure wasn't too strong, because it suddenly erupted, it caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to be unable to help but slightly retreat a little. It was just that little bit of distance, yet Yi Xian almost died. That was because in that small distance, a violent attack would descend. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and steadied himself. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. One could well imagine the consequences of being heavily injured on the heavenspan path. At that moment, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. In just a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was that? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue moving forward. This was because with every step he took, the distance behind him would disappear. It felt as if Yi Xian was just standing in place. It wasn't Yi Xian that was moving, but rather the path to heaven that was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on full alert. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. This was a matter related to Yi Xian's life. There was no room for jokes. He kept moving forward. It could even be said that he was moving forward in despair. After all, he didn't know how far he had to go. The path to heaven seemed to have no end at all. The occasional burst of pressure seemed to remind Yi Xian to be alert and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without warning, but if Yi Xian was the slightest bit of carelessness, what awaited Yi Xian wouldn't be simple. Forward, forward. Endless Yi Xian's mind path to heaven's end. Yi Xian didn't know how long he had been moving forward, or how many attacks he had dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days? But in the end, Yi Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. At Yi Xian could Yi Xian? Yi Xian Yuan could. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet once again. This yellow area allowed Yi Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was very lifelike. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the sculpture at all. His attention was on the object in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle. He didn't know what it was made of. Inside the bottle, he could clearly see a ball of light. With just one look, Yi Xian could tell what the light represented. A complete godhood. Inside the bottle was a complete godhood. System, what is that? Yi Xian asked the system. Ding. System notification. Target specified, first-class godhood. What did that mean? A first-class godhood? Were there different grades of godhood? Wasn't a godhood just a godhood? At most, there would be differences based on the realm. Why would there be a first-class godhood? Yi Xian was very surprised. He couldn't help but ask the system, System, what is this first-class godhood? What is it used for? Ding. System notification. A godhood represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the godhood, the greater the person's potential. A godhood represents a god's potential? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the realm of the gods for so long, but he had never heard of godhood having different grades. Therefore, Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system notification didn't end there. Just as Yi Xian was confused, the system notification continued to ring. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. The grades of godhood are similar to the titles of the front crowns. However, The front crowns increase the host's combat power, while the godhood grades increase the host's potential. After hearing the system's answer, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the uses of godhood. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had solved all his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if godhood has such a use, why didn't anyone think of stealing other people's godhood? Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The godhood grades have been passed down since ancient times. Only places like ancient secret realms may have records of them. Stealing other people's godhood to strengthen one's own godhood only exists in the supreme celestial state. The system's answer answered the doubts in Yi Xian's heart. It wasn't that no one knew the level of the divine deity right now. It could be said that the level of the divine deity had always been divided, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. In other words, in the god world, there was no such thing as a godhood ranking system. That was because of the lack of inheritances. Only secret realms like this one would know about the godhood ranking system, such as the second secret realm he was in right now. After all, strictly speaking, the second secret realm was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal to know about the godhood grades in this second secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. After all, it was thanks to Yi Xian that he knew about this in advance. After all, there was a hierarchy to godhood, and the fact that a godhood like this had appeared as a reward on the heavenspan path indicated that other people's godhood could be used to strengthen their own godhood. If Yi Xian hadn't known about this, he was afraid that one day, someone would covet his godhood and he wouldn't have known. Moreover, even if he obtained a godhood, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time, Yi Xian was lucky, but also unlucky. Chapter 24-25. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor, Niobo Studio Soul Devourer Sword God. Of course, there were many things that Yi Xian did not know about. There were also many things that were even more terrifying than godhood stripping. It was just that Yi Xian had not come into contact with them yet. System, what is the use of this godhood stripping? Yi Xian asked the system. Since this godhood stripping was a reward for him, it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Absorbing the unclaimed godhood stripping can strengthen one's own godhood stripping. Ding! System notification. To obtain the unclaimed godhood stripping, one must kill the enemy and forcibly strip the enemy's godhood stripping before it shatters. That way, the godhood stripping will remain intact. Ding! System notification. Divinity Stripping Master was a special profession in ancient times. However, it has been lost to history. Lost to history? Yi Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was referring to the entire God Realm or if it was only referring to the God Realm continent. If it was referring to the God Realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Yi Xian was terrified just thinking about it. Forcibly stripping a person's will, what kind of feeling was that? Yi Xian already knew that breaking a godhood stripping master would result in death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's godhood stripping master was the most effective method of attack. But now, the system was telling Yi Xian that the godhood stripping master could be done without breaking it. Moreover, once it was stripped, it could be used as a means of cultivation. It turned out that there was really nothing that could be done for the sake of cultivation. Who knew how many more methods were waiting for Yi Xian to discover? Of course, it could be even more terrifying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before finally absorbing the godhood stripping master. Other things aside, Yi Xian was sure that this godhood stripping master was probably left behind by a powerful person millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once a powerful person, but who would have thought that millions of years later, it would become a reward for Yi Xian? After absorbing the godhead, Yi Xian did not discover anything unusual, and his strength did not increase in the slightest. Potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when it was needed. After that, Yi Xian didn't waste any more time and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many tests were waiting for Yi Xian. Staying in the same place wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, Yi Xian originally thought that there would be some kind of test, but he realized that there was nothing. For a moment, Yi Xian relaxed a little. However, just as Yi Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Boom! The violent power instantly sent Yi Xian flying. Fortunately, the god-slaying armor had been on Yi Xian all this time, so it had neutralized a portion of the attack. But this time, even the system didn't have time to give a warning about the attack, which showed how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared before the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Yi Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second mystic realm. Thing? Yes, it wasn't a human, nor was it a beast. It was actually a mechanical puppet. Yi Xian had seen many mechanical puppets before, but when faced with this mechanical puppet, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. It was really a work of art. This puppet was made from the most common divine wood, but it was exceptionally fine. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the one who came to take the test. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you don't have the chance to pass my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Yi Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be looked down upon by a puppet? What was a puppet? It was a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, it did not have a soul. But Yi Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Yi Xian feel good about it? That was a complete lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Yi Xian was furious as he asked the system directly. Ding. System notification. Target has no cultivation base. No cultivation base? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? Without a cultivation base, how could it repel Yi Xian in one move? Yi Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie. Clearly, the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed to have some special tricks up its sleeves. Yi Xian frowned. He paused for a moment and ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaying sword and charged out. This time, Yi Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and one without a cultivation base, then it wouldn't make sense. Die for me! Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. The powerful force caused a whirlwind to appear on the heaven-span path. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The puppet actually ignored Yi Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible God Slayer had encountered something it couldn't cut. Yi Xian's fierce slash only left a white mark on the puppet's body. It's so hard. What is this thing made of? Is it really just an ordinary sacred wood? Impossible. How can ordinary sacred wood be so hard? Yi Xian seemed to be talking to himself. However, at the same time that Yi Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually a little guy who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Master realm. No wonder you're so weak. Little guy, this isn't a place you can come to. You'd better go back. Yi Xian was being looked down upon again by a puppet. Damn it. Yi Xian was infuriated. Go back, if only he could go back. Yi Xian didn't have a choice now. He could either fight and pass all the levels, or be trapped here until he died. Wei Zhentian, Dharma Treasure Form, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, attack. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and launched his strongest attack. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time that Yi Xian released his sword attendant and Wei Zhentian, he also used other methods. Dharma powers. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma powers. Now, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma powers to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine prefecture. Only my sword can kill souls. Soul Devourer Sword Divine Dharma Power, come out. Chapter 24-26. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant Promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time, the Dharma Power was external. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power was different from other Dharma powers. Even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected to a certain extent, not to mention the enemy. Why did he choose the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma power? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls, and so did other living things. However, puppets didn't have souls. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain tasks according to their master's wishes. But now, there were no longer any living people in this mystic realm. Yet, this puppet was carrying out its mission and had made its own judgment. It felt that Yi Xian wasn't strong enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. But Yi Xian didn't care at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, it would be easy to deal with. It could be said that against such a powerful puppet, Yi Xian's best and only chance was to attack the soul. The Soul Eater Sword God Dharma power restrained souls, so Yi Xian used the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma power. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly struck with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem much different from the previous one. But this time, the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to not dodge like Yi Xian had done before. Instead, it dodged far away. What are you doing? Why do I feel so scared? As soon as the puppet moved, it had already jumped away, but it asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the right to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the question of the puppet, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant, the Flower God Sword Servant, led the Divine Level Mount and the 100 Flower God to attack first. However, the puppet was not alarmed in the slightest. Instead, it waved its hand, and a violent energy swept away the Divine Tier Mounts, the 100 Flower Goddess, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants, and the Divine Flower Sword Servants. It was completely defenseless. A powerful divine grade mount was completely defenseless in front of this puppet. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize how much of a shock it had brought to Yi Xian. At this moment, it was actually looking at Yi Xian with blinking eyes. Obviously, it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet. What exactly was this guy made of? How could he be so strong? Well, no. It seemed like all of Yi Xian's tricks were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to move to know that he couldn't defeat this puppet. But if he couldn't defeat this puppet, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to advance. There was only one outcome. He would be trapped here until he died. Well, no. Yi Xian started thinking quickly. As he felt the power of the Soul Eater Sword God's Dharma power, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. His face even revealed a look of ecstasy. Perhaps this wasn't a test for Yi Xian, but a reward for Yi Xian. Whether it was the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants or the Flower Goddess Sword Servants. In fact, Yi Xian had already realized that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At least, before they were strengthened, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current pace. Hence, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants. There were many ways to strengthen the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants. But why did he have to strengthen the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants themselves? If he could destroy the puppet's soul, wouldn't he be able to let the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants take over the puppet's body? If he succeeded, how much stronger would the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants become? It could be said that it had improved by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be ecstatic? Although he didn't know what the puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the puppet's body was extremely special and powerful. And the Soul Eater Sword God had a special mystique called the Battle of the Souls. The name of the Battle of the Souls was simple, and so was the meaning. It was used to let the souls of two targets fight against each other. This was a technique that the Soul Eater Sword God used to deal with his enemies. Furthermore, his enemies were usually able to break free of this control. Once the enemy saw through it, they naturally couldn't fight back. However, Yi Xian now had a new way to use it. He wanted to let the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants' soul battle with the puppet's soul. He wanted the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servant to take over the puppet's body. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer felt gloomy. He was overjoyed. Yi Xian even thought to himself, I've picked up a treasure. I've really picked up a treasure this time. Wasn't that right? Yi Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants successfully took over the puppet's body, The effects would be even better than leveling up multiple times. Without hesitation, Yi Xian naturally knew that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant would never go against him. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant would definitely be very happy. Yi Xian was taking a gamble this time. After all, even if he failed, Yi Xian wouldn't suffer any more losses. After all, if he failed, Yi Xian might be trapped here for who knew how long. Thousand Beast Sword Servant, are you ready? Yi Xian asked with a faint smile on his face. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant nodded. He naturally understood what Yi Xian was thinking. Now that everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't stop. Soul of soul, soul of soul, thousands of reincarnations, unbreakable. Yi Xian chanted the incantation and launched his attack. Who knew what era this soul-devouring sword god was from? He had to chant the incantation to activate his mystique. However, Yi Xian didn't care about that. After all, Yi Xian's priority now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Yi Xian activated his Dharma body mystique, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant and the puppet froze at the same time. Clearly, the two were engaged in a battle of souls. Yi Xian couldn't see what this battle was about. Hence, Yi Xian could only wait silently. 2 hours passed and then another. Day after day, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to how much time had passed. Finally, the outcome was out. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant had failed? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't notify him that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant had died. Hence, Yi Xian didn't give up. Instead, he stared closely at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved. It charged directly at Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Chapter 24-27. Chapter 24-27. Chapter 24-27. Strange Eyes. He did it, he really did it. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet and even found a new body for the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. Ding. System notification. Attention, host. Due to a special opportunity, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants have evolved into Divine Wood Sword Servants. All of the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants' original abilities have disappeared, and they have gained the exclusive ability of Divine Wood Sword Servants: Unlimited Defense, Unlimited Growth, and Unlimited Resurrection. Unlimited Defense. The Divine Wood Sword Servants can expand or shrink all of their defenses according to their will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power weakens. Unlimited Growth. The Divine Wood Sword Servant is a divine wood, so it can cultivate by itself, but the speed is extremely slow. Unlimited Resurrection. The Divine Wood Sword Servants have the special ability to revive. Even if they are completely dead, as long as there is a little bit of their original body, they can be resurrected instantly. *CK. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. This Divine Wood Sword Servant seemed to be even stronger than the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seemed to be ordinary, in reality, Yi Xian was very clear on how abnormal these three skills were. They could control the range of their defenses at will. This was equivalent to giving Yi Xian a map defense. More importantly, even if this defense was broken, it could be restored immediately. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. But how strong was the defensive power of the Divine Wood Sword Attendant's true form? Yi Xian had personally experienced it. Even the God-slaying sword could not harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defensive power was not strong enough? Furthermore, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on its own. Although it was a little slow, at least there was some hope. In the future, Yi Xian might be able to obtain an opportunity to increase the speed of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's cultivation. Speaking of this, could it be that it still could not prove the power of these Divine Wood Sword Attendants? Of course, it was a pity that the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants' abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to gaining new abilities and disappearing abilities, Yi Xian didn't really care. In any case, the God-tier mount did not disappear. Instead, it returned to Yi Xian's hands. In fact, the Thousand Beast Sword Servants did not lose much of their abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. But he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, Xian could not be trapped here forever. The rest of the journey was completely unobstructed. The puppet was the only thing they had left. Xian's method of clearing the stage may have been considered cheating, but as long as they could clear the stage, it didn't matter what method they used. Xian acquired another first-class godhood, and of course, Xian absorbed it as well. Who knew if he would encounter a complete godhead in the future? The goal of the current battle was to shatter the other party's godhood and kill them. It seemed like there was no such thing as a method to strip godhood from the god world. Therefore, for Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete quintessence. After clearing 2 stages in a row, Xian felt much more relaxed. It seemed like the 2 Sacred Halls tests were ultimately designed to strengthen Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set by the 2 Sacred Halls seemed to be too difficult. Perhaps they had not expected that a person with a complete constitution of laws would be a person who had not even broken through to the Divine Master realm. Perhaps they had assumed that only paramount gods would be qualified to enter this place. Of course, regardless of what the 2 Sacred Halls had thought, Xian had no way of knowing now. The only choice he could make was to keep moving forward. Only by moving forward would Xian have a chance of leaving this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Xian reached the next safe zone, he was shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space as if it was looking down on the world. With just one look, Xian felt as if his soul was being suppressed. A strange eye and a strong power. Could this be the 3rd stage's test? Furthermore, this eye did not actually exist. It was formed by the power of laws. The black eye represented the 3 great nomological powers of the Darkness Shrine. The white eye was formed by the 3 great nomological powers of the Nature Shrine. The eye socket was formed by the Primal Chaos Law. It seemed like the Primal Chaos Law was trying to repair the eye formed by the 6 great nomological powers. It also seemed like the eye formed by the 6 great nomological powers was trying to break free from the shackles of the Primal Chaos Law. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring straight at Xian. What exactly was the test for this stage? Xian was puzzled. At the moment he was not being attacked, nor did he feel anything different. Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Xian understand that he was undergoing a test. However, this test was not something that Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was an eye that occupied the entire sky. Continue moving forward. Xian could do nothing but move forward. Suddenly, Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality, there was no power suppressing Xian did feel his body relax. It was the power of the 2-dimensional law. The power of the 2-dimensional law had disappeared. Sure enough, as soon as Xian moved, he flew into the sky. However, even though the power of the 2-dimensional law had disappeared, the huge eye in the sky was still there. Therefore, Xian did not dare to fly too high. This was because every inch Xian flew higher in the sky, he felt the pressure increase by a fraction. Xia ran, those huge eyes of his were not just for looking. What exactly was the test for this stage? At this moment, Xian could not help but wonder. However, since it had not happened yet, Xian would never know. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that enveloped Xian. There was no system notification to let Xian know that this ray of light was not harmful to Xian. However, this did not mean that Xian was not puzzled. Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Boom! 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 6 loud sounds were accompanied by 6 rays of light that descended from the sky. They were also coming from the eye. 6 people. This time around they were not puppets. Instead, they were 6 real human figures. Chapter 24-28. Origin Mystic Realm. Xian frowned. The current situation was beyond his imagination. Xian had no idea what was going to happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Then, the 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, they did not move. After opening their eyes, They just looked at Yi Xian. "Are you the chosen one?" One of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful energy erupted from his body. Yi Xian knew that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I am the chosen one." Although Yi Xian did not know who these people were, Yi Xian did not dare to hide anything. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the 6 of them focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average talent. Weak strength. Average bloodline. Useless artifacts. Decent control of laws. 6 people, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point of being completely useless. Yi Xian could not get a word in, because the 6 of them did not care about Yi Xian at all. "Forget it. We don't have much time left. We have no choice. Let's send him there together," one of the 6 said calmly. Send him there? Or to... Yi Xian could not help but wonder. However, it seemed that he did not have the right to speak. Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, it will be very difficult for him to get out of there. So, what do you think? At this time, do we still have a choice? Our 2 divine halls only have 1 quota to go there, and in millions of years, only one little guy who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 divine halls has appeared. Do we still have time to climb to the 1 million-year mark? That's right, we don't have a choice. However, why don't we let him go to the lowest level area first? I remember that we all have 1 teleportation opportunity in our hands. Why don't we give him all 6 chances? How far he can go will depend on his luck. What do you guys think? Yes, I think it's a good idea. I'm afraid this is the only choice now. Yi Xian wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were sending him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be a waste of time. Suddenly, a dragon-patterned universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger. It appeared without warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's body uncontrollably flew towards the eye in the sky. "What do you want to do to me?" At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less and loudly said to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The 6 of them continued talking to themselves and ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. You are lucky to be able to enter that place. It is also the only chance for our 2 sacred halls. Whether you fall or become strong, go and seize it. Following this voice, Yi Xian entered the eye. Then, the powerful power of the laws was activated. In an instant, Yi Xian's body disappeared. When Yi Xian regained consciousness, he already knew where he was. The bounded domain. The bounded domain was a special place. It existed, but as long as one's strength was not high enough and one's luck was not good enough, it would be difficult to even know about it, let alone enter. The bounded domain was a place that did not exist because it did not exist in any corner of the realm of the gods. This place could be considered a mystic realm, but it could not be considered a mystic realm. Legend had it that the bounded domain was the birthplace of the laws. Those who could enter this place were the strongest geniuses of the realm of the gods and the strongest forces. No one knew where the bounded domain was located. However, those who knew would yearn for it wholeheartedly. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities. However, the place that Yi Xian pointed to was the lowest level of existence in the bounded domain. The bounded domain was like a tall tower. However, each level was a boundless continent. Each level was even bigger than the realm of the gods. This was because the bounded domain had its own unique law, which was unlimited reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, it was impossible for anyone to reach the end of the bounded domain. This was because with every step forward, the unlimited reproduction law would expand the continent. This was not something that could be created by human strength. It was the natural birth of the mysterious law. Of course, the bounded domain could be called another name to let the people of the realm of the gods know what kind of place it was. Origin Mystic Realm. There were many other names for the bounded domain. Origin Mystic Realm, Ancestral Land, Primordial Chaos, Starting Point. There were many different names. Different races and different inheritances would have different names. However, the Origin Mystic Realm was the most widely used name. To be precise, the bounded domain was the ultimate inheritance land of the realm of the gods. It had been like this since the primordial era, then the Middle Era, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. This special origin mystic realm had always existed in every era. Perhaps other mystic realms would disappear, but the origin mystic realm would never disappear. Of course, the origin mystic realm was extremely vast. It was as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the origin mystic realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation door that would only appear once every few years and be teleported to an unknown place. The second was to leave using the special methods that each faction had. For example, the 2 sacred halls had given Yi Xian 6 chances to leave. The third way was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace on every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation door that led to the exit of the Origin Mystic Realm. Therefore, if one became the master of the Origin Palace, they would have the opportunity to enter and leave the Origin Mystic Realm freely. Of course, the so-called master of the Origin Palace was to become the strongest existence on that level. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an extremely powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with super existences at the Divine Emperor realm. As for a little fellow at the Divine King realm like Yi Xian, he could be considered an exception. Hey, why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Yi Xian asked Yi Xian strangely. Yi Xian turned around. He couldn't see through the person's cultivation level. System, detect this person's cultivation level. Ding. System notification. Host's cultivation level is insufficient. Unable to check. Unable to check. Didn't that mean that this person's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why were there so many powerful existences who could become divine masters everywhere in the outside world? Chapter 24-29. Demon God's Divine Realm. Yi Xian had no way of knowing about such a terrifying place before. Yi Xian felt powerless. He wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that he was really only a divine king. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that. After all, a divine king was an anomaly in this place. Oh, isn't it just cultivation? What's there to be concerned about? Yi Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly to that person. Unexpectedly, that person smiled and said, "That's true. Those on the first level have just entered the Origin's secret realm, so there's no need to be so particular. I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the paramount celestial realm." Alright, brother, I'm Lu Zhang. What about the chain's secret realm? What secret realm are you in? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer casually. However, could it be that these people all came from a secret realm? Could it be that they didn't come from the Divine Realm continent? Chain's secret realm? Where is this? Why don't I know? Yi Xian changed the topic and asked back. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Our Chain's mystic realm is just a very weak faction in the ancient Lost Clan Mystic Realm Alliance. This time, our entire mystic realm only obtained 3 spots to enter the Origin Mystic Realm. Sigh, ever since we lost contact with the Divine Realm continent, we can only come to the Origin's secret realm if we want to break through. What did that mean? Yi Xian didn't know how to react. Ancient Era's Secret Realm Alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that they lost contact with the Divine Realm continent? Could it be that these people didn't come from the Divine Realm continent? However, Yi Xian thought about it and understood. It would be strange if they came from the Divine Realm continent. One had to know that Mi Ming was only a god emperor, but she was the divine master of the Kunlun Divine Realm. If these people were outside, they would be on par with Mi Ming, or even surpassing her. It couldn't be that they were all divine masters of a divine realm. If that was the case, no matter how big the divine realm was, it would not be enough to share. A single Kunlun god realm was the size of 3 million cultivation realms. Even a single cultivation realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the divine realm was, it couldn't possibly have several 100,000 divine masters. Furthermore, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, other than shock, there was also some fear in Yi Xian's heart. This was because Yi Xian suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the slightest ability to defend himself. Even though Yi Xian's methods were impressive, in the land of origin, Yi Xian realized that his strength was simply not worth mentioning. Is he really just a divine king? That's impossible. One has to be at least a divine emperor to enter the Origin's secret realm. How did a mere first-grade divine king like him get in? Something's wrong. Yes, something must be wrong. There must be something special about this guy. Could it be that he came from the legendary divine realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Yi Xian when they saw him. However, some of them could see through Yi Xian's true strength at first glance. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade divine king to appear in the Origin's secret realm. And that sentence about Yi Xian coming from the legendary divine realm continent attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was helpless. He wanted to say that this place and these people should be described as legendary. Who would have thought that he would become a legendary existence? However, in the face of so many powerful existences, just the aura that these people exuded was already unbearable for Yi Xian. This was not the aura of one or two experts, but the pressure of countless experts. Fortunately, although these people were gossiping, no one actually attacked Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. Yi Xian knew that he could not stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter this place at will, it was probably the wisest choice to leave now and raise his strength outside before coming in. The mysterious Origin secret realm was not a place that Yi Xian was qualified to stay in with his current strength. Yi Xian carefully left the crowd and found a place where no one was around. He immediately activated the teleportation array. These 6 teleportations did not use any teleportation talismans or other items. They were teleportations that were directly bound to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian could activate the teleportation array with just a thought. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it would take a long time to advance from the Divine King realm to the Divine Emperor realm. It might even take a lifetime for them to reach the Divine Emperor realm. However, Yi Xian was different. With the system, Yi Xian improved his cultivation much faster than others. Therefore, Yi Xian dared to leave. Of course, he had to leave. Only when his strength reached the Divine Emperor realm would Yi Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Yi Xian was only thinking about the power of the Origin secret realm. That was why he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that the 6 experts would not know where Yi Xian came from. They would not be able to teleport Yi Xian to the second secret realm. Therefore, when Yi Xian was teleported away, he was shocked to find that he had once again arrived at a foreign place. Everything else aside, Yi Xian knew that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Yi Xian was currently in ruins. Yi Xian could see that these ruins might have been a prosperous place countless years ago. However, now, there was only wild grass and withered trees, as well as dilapidated walls. Yi Xian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he wanted to know where this was, it was more important to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place. Therefore, Yi Xian maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Yi Xian flew straight ahead. Mountains flew past Yi Xian's feet. However, Yi Xian realized that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yi Xian saw a building. Without hesitation, he landed. This was because Yi Xian wanted to find the others and ask them where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yi Xian landed, he was shocked to find that this was a gathering place for divine beasts. Who are you? At the same time that Yi Xian landed, a strange divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. It could speak human language. Clearly, this divine beast was not weak. Chapter 2430. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Annihilation. Who are you people? Yi Xian asked coldly. He was not afraid at all even though there were so many of them. How dare you, arrogant brat, how dare you be so rude to our lord? Another divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. That divine beast had transformed into a human and pointed at Yi Xian's nose as he scolded him. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet. Then, he was suspected by the experts in the Origin secret realm. Now, even a small divine beast dared to point at Yi Xian's nose and speak like that. Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me. Yi Xian frowned and gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and charged at the divine beast. Pfft. The sword pierced through. Without a doubt, the sword pierced through. That was because although the divine beast could transform, its strength was not very strong. Damn you, how dare you kill? No, he is a human. He is a spy from the Kunlun's sacred domain. One of the divine beasts recognized Yi Xian's identity and roared loudly. When the divine beasts heard this, they immediately rushed over. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Since they said that he was a spy from the Kunlun's sacred domain, it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun's sacred domain. Furthermore, this was a sacred domain that was at odds with the Kunlun's sacred domain. And now, the enemy of the Kunlun's sacred domain was the demon god's sacred domain. Could it be that he had been teleported to the demon god's sacred domain? In an instant, Yi Xian was extremely confused. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two sacred halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's sacred domain was not impossible. Damn it, take down the spy. One of the divine beasts roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced on Yi Xian. Yi Xian would not hold back. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, kill. Divine wood sword attendant, it's time for you to take action. Kill them all. This was the demon god's domain. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, they would definitely spread the news. When that happened, Yi Xian would be hunted down by the entire demon god's domain. The demon god domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun god domain. Once the entire demon god domain hunted him down, the consequences were obvious. If that really happened, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to escape. The two god-slaying swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The divine wood sword servants also attacked without mercy. The divine wood sword servants' defense was incomparably strong, and their attack power was not weak either. The divine wood sword servants continuously waved their hands, and every time they waved their hands, a mythological beast would turn into a bloody mist. No matter if it was a transformed mythological beast or a true mythological beast, there was no mythological beast that could withstand a single strike from the divine wood sword servants. Yi Xian stood where he was and looked at the hellish scene around him. He didn't feel any pity in his heart. After all, these were mythological beasts, and mythological beasts from the demon god's domain. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yi Xian. Furthermore, Yi Xian had also heard that in the demon god's domain, the human race could be said to be slaves. In fact, they weren't even considered slaves. The human race was a delicious snack for these mythological beasts. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these mythological beasts. In just a short while, all the mythological beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian a little depressed was that the news had still been leaked. Yi Xian's actions could be said to be fast, but there were tens of thousands of mythological beasts gathered here. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't kill them all in time. In the end, there were still mythological beasts who spread the news. Once this news spread, Yi Xian knew very well what he would face next. A battle between one person and the demon god's domain. If Yi Xian wanted to live, then he had to walk out of the demon god's domain. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave just like that. This was because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's domain. Yi Xian wouldn't give up on searching for Luo Luo. Since he was already in the demon god's domain, then Yi Xian wouldn't mind making a scene. Devour! Yi Xian waved his hand casually, and the tens of thousands of mythological beasts' corpses were immediately devoured by Yi Xian. Although these mythological beasts were average in strength and couldn't help Yi Xian level up, using the devouring method to clean up the traces of battle wasn't a bad idea either. Come out, I know where you are hiding. After doing all this, Yi Xian casually said to a big tree. This was because Yi Xian had already sensed that there was a person hiding in that big tree. To be precise, it was a mythological beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise that I won't say anything. I beg you, don't kill me. Indeed, when Yi Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man half-beast with a pig's head walked out. The moment he came out, he immediately knelt in front of Yi Xian. You want to live? Yi Xian asked the half-man half-pig mythological beast indifferently. I want to live, I want to live. I beg you, don't kill me. That mythological beast knelt in front of Yi Xian in a panic and kept kowtowing. Alright, if you want to live, then be honest and answer whatever I ask you. If you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yi Xian looked at the mythological beast. When the mythological beast nodded, Yi Xian continued to ask, Where is this? My lord, this is the territory of Dragon King Tian. Dragon King Tian? Who is Dragon King Tian? Tell me the details. Replying to my lord, this heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under Lord Divine Master, one of the lords under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including this realm, as well as the surrounding 100 realms, is his territory. Overlord? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, when he remembered that this was the demon god territory and not the Kunlun god territory, he did not think too much about it. After all, every god territory had its own system and rules. And in the demon god territory, what was implemented was a feudal system. A mere overlord of 100 territories, this guy was probably just a small character. After that, Yi Xian asked a few more questions. However, it was a pity that this mythological beast did not know much. He was of no help to Yi Xian at all. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to kill him with a single sword strike. Dragon King Tian? Perhaps this Dragon King Tian would know more. Without hesitation, Yi Xian walked towards the cave where Dragon King Tian was. A portion of the elites in the demon god territory liked to imitate the Kunlun god territory and built huge cities to live in. However, there was also a portion who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wild. This celestial Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Chapter 2431. Lord Tianlong King. After all, this was the place where Lord Tianlong lived. Therefore, there were many divine beasts here. However, Yi Xian didn't care so much. The strength of these divine beasts was generally very ordinary. Even the heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Yi Xian, only a superior divine king. Therefore, Yi Xian was not afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Tianlong's cave residence? A divine beast in human form saw Yi Xian coming over and blocked Yi Xian's way. Yi Xian took a casual look and saw that this guy was just a low-grade 3rd-grade divine lord. Of course, a low-ranked divine lord realm was likely also considered a powerhouse under this Dragon King. Unfortunately, he met Yi Xian. Therefore, he was destined to die. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. The god-slaying sword flew out and killed the divine beast in one stroke. After Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a hubbub of voices came from the mountain and a large group of divine beasts came out. After a while, Lord Tianlong rushed out. Who dares to create trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? Lord Tianlong roared the moment he came out. His loud voice reverberated in the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding! System notification, target, high-grade 4th-grade Divine King. High-grade 4th-grade Divine King? Perhaps he could be the overlord in this area. However, he could only blame his bad luck for meeting Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Lord Tianlong and said indifferently, I will give you 2 choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then, I will consider sparing your life. Second, if you are not convinced, I will take your head. Lord Tianlong looked at Yi Xian and blinked his eyes. After all, he was the overlord of this area. Now, someone dared to talk to him like this. Especially when Lord Tianlong saw through Yi Xian's identity and strength, he laughed loudly. Human race, it's actually a human. Moreover, you're a human clan's high-grade divine king. Are you the divine lord of the human clan's rebel army? Ha, this is hilarious. A bunch of ants trying to defend against me? Moreover, you arrogantly call yourself the divine master. Human brat, don't tell me you're here to be my snack? Disdain. This was the disdain of a prickly fruit. Even though Dragon King Tian had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care in the slightest. In Dragon King Tian's eyes, there was only infinite disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god divine domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a superior first-grade divine king, but after all, Dragon King Tian had the cultivation of a superior fourth-grade divine king, so he was qualified to be proud. Of course, the prerequisite was that he was not facing Yi Xian. Yi Xian smirked. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He immediately attacked Dragon King Tian. Because when dealing with this guy, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Insolent human race ant, you are courting death. The one who shouted this was not Dragon King Tian, but an expert beside Dragon King Tian. This guy was also a 6th-grade mid-divine king. However, in the demon divine domain, the human race had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, cultivation techniques and divine abilities were out of the question. It could be said that apart from a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people didn't have any decent abilities or treasures. They didn't even need to think about it. This guy was confident enough to kill Yi Xian. Because in his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a human that was not worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He was not like those human race who had been bullied for countless years in the demon divine domain. Die! Yi Xian just casually pointed his finger. In an instant, a mysterious force was activated. Yi Xian had used the 6 runes mantra. The divine beast who was extremely arrogant a moment ago was killed on the spot in the next moment. What? What is going on? In an instant, the demon divine beasts were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They did not even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the middle-grade divine king divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, the human race was the lowest race. They were just food to them. How could food kill its master? They did not have such thoughts. Therefore, the divine beasts did not know what was going on when the middle-grade divine king divine beast suddenly died. However, they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time they found out. 6 runes mantra, destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand. The mysterious force was activated again. This time, Yi Xian used the annihilation mantra. Annihilation mantra, annihilation of an entire race. This time, Yi Xian used the annihilation mantra on the divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. They fell to the ground without any warning. They did not even know how they died. This time, thousands of divine beasts fell to the ground. They could not be any more dead. You or you. This time, even a fool could see that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they also understood that the middle-grade divine king divine beast's death was caused by Yi Xian. Although they did not know how Yi Xian did it, this did not prevent them from concluding that Yi Xian was the culprit. Damn it, human brat, you are courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian did not turn around, Dragon King Tian ordered countless divine beasts to pounce on Yi Xian. These divine beasts were not afraid of Yi Xian, even if they were weaker than Yi Xian. This was because in their eyes, Yi Xian was just food. Would Yi Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's domain. Yi Xian could be said to be facing an entire god's domain alone. If he showed mercy, he would not even know how he died. Besides, these divine beasts of the demon god's domain did not see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and could be killed at will. In that case, why should Yi Xian care about them? Yi Xian only needed to see them as resources to be devoured. Wei Zhentian, in your magic treasure form, leave no one alive. As the divine beasts rushed over, Yi Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into the God-slayer and immediately controlled the two swords to rush out. Of course, Yi Xian also moved. Eternal Night Domain. Chapter 2432. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios capturing the Dragon King, Absolute Zero. As soon as Yi Xian attacked, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero specifically smashed towards those slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them was Wei Zhentian's merciless slaughter. 1, 2, 3. The divine beasts of the demon god domain finally understood what terror and despair were. In front of Yi Xian, they were defenseless and could only wait to be slaughtered. At this moment, some of the divine beasts could not help but recall that they had hunted down the humans in the past. It was the same as now. However, at that time, they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoyed the feast. Today, they were hunted down and slaughtered at will. Perhaps they were better off. At least they did not have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent it was, the more terrifying it was. Other than the occasional desperate cry of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. Only the screams echoed in the mountain. Stop right there. Dragon King Tian could not help but shout as he watched his people being slaughtered by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not seem to care about him at all. Dragon King Tian was furious and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian did not even need to attack. Just the divine wood sword servants were enough to put Dragon King Tian in danger. If it was not for Yi Xian's order not to kill him, Dragon King Tian would have died many times over. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. Please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices echoed in the mountain. However, Yi Xian would not show mercy to them, regardless of the evil they had done in the past. Yi Xian would not let the divine beasts leave this place alive for himself. At this moment, Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaying swords to fly around the periphery. Any divine beasts that tried to escape would be killed mercilessly by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Yi Xian released his god-tier mount, the divine flower sword servants, and continued to slaughter. Because of the Evernight domain, these divine beasts could no longer see anything and could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voices meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was also an exception, and that was Dragon King Tian, who was struggling to resist the divine wood sword servants. At this moment, Dragon King Tian no longer had any fighting spirit left in him. It could be said that the only thing on his mind right now was to escape from this terrifying human race. But he couldn't do it. In front of Yi Xian, he had no chance of escaping. Finally, Yi Xian came to Dragon King Tian's side. At this moment, Dragon King Tian no longer had half of his previous arrogance. When he saw Yi Xian walking over, he quickly knelt down in front of Yi Xian. "Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life." He obviously had the cultivation of a superior 4th-grade divine king, but at this moment, Dragon King Tian only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow while begging for mercy. Yi Xian had left a deep impression on Dragon King Tian, so deep that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. That invincible posture of casually slaughtering thousands of divine beasts, how could Dragon King Tian have any intention of resisting? "I will give you one more chance. Choose, obediently listen to me or let me kill you. Anyway, after killing you, the other divine beasts will surely cherish this chance to live." "No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything," Dragon King Tian said loudly. At this moment he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Yi Xian nodded. Instantly, the divine wood sword servants returned to Yi Xian's side from Dragon King Tian's side. However, Dragon King Tian did not dare to have the slightest thought. Escape? He did not even dare to think about it. Because Dragon King Tian was very clear that Yi Xian's strength was not something that he could compare to. Don't think that Yi Xian was weaker than him just because Yi Xian's cultivation realm was lower than him. In fact, just one divine wood sword servant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. "Alright, if you want to live, obediently listen to me." Yi Xian did not care about this guy. If it was not for the fact that Dragon King Tian was still useful, Yi Xian would not mind killing him. Devour! With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the divine beasts that were scattered all over the mountain instantly disappeared. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current cultivation realm. Upper second grade divine king realm. Yi Xian did not show any expression. After all, Yi Xian knew that if he did not reach the divine emperor realm, he would not even have the qualifications to enter the origin secret realm. Yi Xian naturally would not let these divine beasts go to waste. The current Yi Xian would grab any opportunity to increase his strength. Bringing Dragon King Tian along, Yi Xian walked out directly. In Yi Xian's eyes, this demon divine domain was considered a good place. For Yi Xian to be able to kill so many divine beasts, there was no doubt that it would provide Yi Xian with a lot of cultivation realm. Quickly increasing his cultivation realm and searching for Luo Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Yi Xian now. As for the rest, Yi Xian was too lazy to think too much about it. Not long after Yi Xian left with Dragon King Tian, a group of divine beasts came. However, when they saw that there were bloodstains all over the mountain, they did not see any corpses at all and there was no one alive. These people retreated in fear. Within the small area of the demon divine domain, a piece of news had spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had infiltrated the demon divine domain and killed all the divine beasts on sight, leaving no one alive. Even an overlord's territory had been wiped out. Of course, there was another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as deserts by the divine beasts, had actually produced a powerful expert who went around killing divine beasts. However, no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon divine domain. No one was willing to face Yi Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Yi Xian was. There were even many divine beasts who were filled with righteous indignation who had formed teams and were prepared to kill Yi Xian. Of course, there were also overlords who had issued orders to arrest Yi Xian. However, the next few days were abnormal. No one knew what Yi Xian was going to do. In fact, what Yi Xian was going to do now was very simple. That was, to head to a genius training camp in the demon divine domain. Like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon divine domain naturally had something similar to a school. However, in the demon divine domain, it was called a cave dwelling. This was not a cave dwelling like what the human race had said. It was a real cave. Yi Xian was going to a place called the Water Moon Cave Dwelling. There were many geniuses in the demon divine domain gathered in this place. Originally, Yi Xian hoped that Dragon King Tian could provide Yi Xian with information about Luo Luo's whereabouts, or a way to leave the demon divine domain. Unfortunately, Dragon King Tian was just a small character in the demon divine domain. Therefore, he could not count on Dragon King Tian at all. He knew too little. It was useless to Yi Xian. Chapter 2433. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Eating humans. After all, the Watermoon Cave abode was where the geniuses of the demon god domain gathered. Hence, all the creatures here were mythical beasts in human form. When Yi Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he had entered human territory. After all, the entire city was filled with all sorts of mythical beasts in human form. However, Yi Xian was very clear that this was not human territory. After all, the customs and habits were completely different. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like in the Kunlun god domain, many divine beasts were still used to eating whatever tasty food they came across, even though they would not be affected in any way even if they did not eat. Yi Xian was preparing to taste the specialties of the demon god domain. "Waiter, what specialties do you have in your restaurant?" Yi Xian asked the waiter. The strength of this waiter was not bad. He already had the cultivation of the lower divine king realm. At this moment, the waiter was looking at Yi Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich person. "Oh, dear customer, you're in luck. We have a few new snacks today. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "Oh, tell me, what's good?" Yi Xian's interest was piqued as well as he asked the waiter. "Okay, please take a look. This is a snack of the human clan caught from the distant snow domain. It's very delicious. Our chef specially chose the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, the 1,000-year-old ice soul, the 9,000-year-old divine water spirit returning grass, and other divine herbs and divine herbs. Put the fresh human twins into the sacrificial altar and refine them for 49 days to remove all the impurities. Then refine them with living fire for 81 days. This way, not only is the taste incomparably delicious, when you eat, the two babies are still alive. Oh, dear customer, look at this. With a wave of his hand, another image appeared in front of Xian. This time, it was not a baby, but a peerless beauty. Sir, look, this is a special ingredient made of top-grade human girls. It's the main dish of the fairy banquet. Look at how smooth their skin is and how tender their meat is. Whether they're eaten raw or cooked, they're both delicious. That's right, Xianxia said with a smile. Xian frowned. Both dishes were made from humans. Xian clenched his fists, unable to contain his anger. However, Xian knew that he was in the demon god domain. Therefore, no matter how angry Xian was, he could only Xian's translation. Xian translation, since I've bumped into you, it can be considered fate. I only have this much power, so I'll save as many as I can. Xian thought to himself. After all, he had come to the Watermoon Cave abode with a purpose, so he could not make a scene. This human girl is not bad. And those two babies, don't eat them yet. Bring them to me. Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three people. The waiter was slightly surprised at Xian's words, but he did not think much of it. He only said awkwardly, This customer's request is not normal. These are just two main dishes. Why would you make such a request? In the waiter's eyes, Xian's request was indeed very strange. After all, who in their right mind would take a look at the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment, then understood. Dear customer, are you afraid that the dishes are not fresh enough? Don't worry, our dishes are all freshly caught. I guarantee that they are as fresh as can be. Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you? Xian's face showed displeasure. This was not a pretense. In fact, Xian was already very angry. Sir, you're making it difficult for this humble one. These two babies are indeed the babies of a human that we caught in our store. However, I'm sure that they're fresh. Xianxia said as he shook his head. That's enough. I said I want to see them, so I want to see them. With a bang, Xian slapped the table. A square table made of high-quality black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Xian. When the waiter saw that Xian was angry, he did not dare to delay. He immediately said, Dear customer, please don't be angry. I will immediately inform the kitchen. The waiter did not dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came to eat here were either rich or noble. This was a city attached to the Watermoon Cave abode. No matter what the realm of the young people here was, young Master Zhai had an extremely deep background. He was not an existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this time, when he saw that Xian was angry, he did not dare to delay. Soon, the waiter brought two people in. The two of them were each dragging a cage. In one of the cages was the young girl, and in the other cage were the two infants. Ding! System notice. Special bloodline detected, goddess bloodline. Unexpectedly, the system notice sounded as soon as the young girl came in. This young girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, humans were just the lowest class of food in the demon god's domain. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He directly asked the waiter, What is the price of these two dishes? Seeing that Xian asked for the price, the waiter immediately smiled and said, Dear customer, these two dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones. It is a very cheap price. If you like, we can give you a 20% discount. It only costs 40,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones? A special bloodline, 3 lives, only worth 40,000 spirit stones? Xian frowned, but there was no other way. He waved his hand and a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. Okay, you count carefully. There is a total of 50,000 spirit stones. I don't want any discount. These 2 dishes, I want them. Open the cages, I want to take them away now. Dear customer, although eating raw is a good choice, after all, humans are not clean. I am afraid that eating raw will cause unnecessary problems. Why don't you give them to my restaurant and let me handle it for you? Okay, I don't need you to care what I do. Scram. Yi Xian roared and broke the 2 cages violently. Yi Xian had already paid the money. Naturally, no one said anything when he broke the cages. Come with me, Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he had already put the 2 babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he did not have a choice. Even if he knew very well that he was being treated as food, he could only accept his fate helplessly. This was the helplessness of the humans in the demon god's domain. Sometimes, even if you knew what the outcome would be, you could not resist. Chapter 24:34. Main dish. Very soon, Yi Xian led the girl out of the Watermoon Cave Abode's subsidiary city. In fact, Yi Xian knew that it was not a good idea to let the girl follow him or leave on her own. Of course, Yi Xian could choose to put her into the devouring space. However, since he had come to the demon god's domain, Yi Xian naturally hoped to save as many humans as possible. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to let the girl stay outside and lead the way for Yi Xian. The 2 babies were different. After all, the 2 babies would be taken good care of in the devouring space. They would not be of much use outside. However, the girl was Yi Xian's only guide now. Yi Xian released his consciousness and carefully checked the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the girl, "All right, it's safe now." However, the girl continued to look at Yi Xian in panic. Obviously, she thought that Yi Xian was going to eat her or harm her. Ouyang Shui knew very well that if a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast of the demon god's domain, she would suffer a fate worse than death. In fact, she would be treated worse than becoming a dish. Back then, Ouyang Shui had walked out of the village because of her mischievous nature. She did not expect to be caught as soon as she came out. Along the way, he had seen many of the misfortunes of the human race. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people who were imprisoned with her, but now he was the only one left. As for the 2 babies, it could be said that Ouyang Shui had watched their birth. In fact, the 2 babies could be considered half human, half beast. Unfortunately, half human, half beast had never been truly recognized in the demon god's domain. There were even people in the demon god's domain who specially kept a group of human girls in captivity. Usually, they would become playthings for the people in the demon god's domain. The babies they gave birth to would be immediately sent to restaurants. Ouyang Shui had been lucky along the way, but also unlucky. She was lucky that no one in the demon god's domain paid attention to her because she was small and thin. She was unlucky because she had seen too many tragic experiences. "You, what do you want to do to me?" Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian in horror and asked. Yi Xian only needed to look at Ouyang Shui's expression to know that Ouyang Shui had misunderstood. Therefore, Yi Xian tried his best to lower his realm. At the same time, he smiled and said to Ouyang Shui, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yi Xian. I'm also a human from the Kunlun God domain." Kunlun God domain? Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian in confusion. That's right, the Kunlun God domain. In the previous God domain war, the Kunlun God domain of the human race had won the battle. However, because of a special mission, I infiltrated this place. So, you don't have to be afraid. I'm just like you, we're both humans. Yi Xian said calmly. However, the moment he finished speaking, Ouyang Shui threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed, "You're a human. You're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian gently stroked Ouyang Shui's back. However, his heart was filled with emotions. He knew why Ouyang Shui was so afraid. In reality, Ouyang Shui had been living in fear all this time. Which human in the demon god domain didn't worry about their future every single day? "I know about the Kunlun god domain. Grandma said that it's the sacred land of the human race. In that place, the human race is the ruler. Yes, The Kunlun God domain is the territory of the human race. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you out of there. Yi Xian felt rather helpless in his heart. Previously, he had only heard of the demon god's divine domain, but Yi Xian didn't know what the demon god's divine domain was like. But now, Yi Xian knew that the demon god's divine domain was simply a purgatory for humans. It was no wonder that the Kunlun God domain and the demon god domain were mortal enemies. There was no room for reconciliation. Unfortunately, the demon god domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human race in the demon god domain, she couldn't do it. After comforting Xianxia for a while, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yi Xian learned about the situation of the human race in the demon god domain from Xianxia. Because the human race in the demon god domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources. Even the space they could move around was very small. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god domain would often hunt down the human race. In the demon god domain, there was almost no place for the human race to hide. Take the village that Xianxia came from, for example. In fact, there was always a constant migration. In order to avoid the divine beasts, Xianxia's village constantly traversed dangerous places. Snowy mountains, deserts, abysses, any place that wasn't easy to be discovered was the sacred land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only constantly run away. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any powerhouses. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, they couldn't achieve much. Even if Xianxia was a genius in their village at such a young age, she was still able to cultivate to this nondescript low-level divine lord realm by just relying on a single lucky chance without any cultivation resources. This was also considered rare. Xianxia's divine sovereign realm was nondescript because Xianxia's body was only at the body refinement realm. She had almost no combat strength and couldn't even fly. In the demon god domain, the human race vigorously developed a secondary occupation called construction. This secondary occupation was different from weapon refinement. It was simple processing of visible materials to create things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human race in the demon god domain lived in constant fear. If it were Yi Xian naturally wouldn't mind helping the human race. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so. With his mere high-level divine king cultivation, he didn't have the qualifications to make a ruckus in the demon god domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts in the demon god domain liked to take human form. The human race in the demon god domain was very weak and didn't dare to enter the divine beasts' cave abodes. Therefore, no one suspected Yi Xian. After all, it was impossible for the human race in the demon god domain to reach the high-level divine king realm. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian's cultivation, the divine beasts in the demon god domain would naturally think that Yi Xian was a divine beast in human form. They wouldn't link Yi Xian to the human race. Yi Xian secretly decided that he would save as many humans in the demon god domain as he could. As for the demon god domain, when Yi Xian's strength was enough, he would definitely eradicate this place. Chapter 2435. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Continuous Breakthrough. Yi Xian said to Xianxia. At the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to Xianxia. Yi Xian could only do so much. Yi Xian could not do anything more. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Yi Xian's mind. He thought of a skill that he had almost never used before. Eternal Bestowal. Eternal Bestowal was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally of little value, but now, Yi Xian found that it was time for this skill to show its usefulness. System, can I use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt. Host can use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points. Good, since I can use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points, it's fine. System, use Faith Finger to exchange for 1 eternal point. I want to use the Eternal Bestowal skill. Ding. System prompt. Host has used 1,000,000 Faith Finger to exchange for 1 eternal point. Along with the system prompt, Yi Xian obtained 1 eternal point. 1,000,000 faith finger to exchange for 1 eternal point did not seem to be a good deal, but Yi Xian could not care less. After all, eternal points were difficult to obtain, but faith finger could increase at any time. Yi Xian naturally would not be calculative. In fact, Yi Xian did not even bother to check how many faith finger he had. Use the skill, Eternal Bestowal. Use the ancient resources in the ancient zither space as the reward, Yi Xian said directly. Along with Yi Xian's words, a powerful light directly enveloped Yi Xian. The light contained extremely powerful power. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using the ancient resources. The energy constantly condensed and purified Xianxia's body. Waves of pure divine power were directly instilled into Xianxia's body. Even the magic treasures that Yi Xian had given to Yi Xian before had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. Xianxia's eyes were closed at this time. Obviously, she was undergoing a test. Yi Xian did not know what Xianxia was going through, but the power of the light could clearly transform Xianxia. Time passed. After a total of 72 hours, Xianxia finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation erupted from Xianxia's body. Not good. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately picked up Xianxia and ran away. Yi Xian didn't put Xianxia down until they were thousands of miles away. At this time, Xianxia was still not fully awake. However, the system notification had already rung out. Ding. System notification. Attention host, you have selected a target. The special bloodline has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, Xianxia bloodline has been upgraded to the heaven-battling Divine Mother bloodline. Ding! System notification. Attention, host, Xianxia's cultivation level has increased. She is now at the peak of 9th grade Upper Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor? Moreover, he was at the peak of the 9th grade Superior Divine Emperor realm? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He had not expected Xianxia to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal bestowment. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a high-rank 1 divine king. Who would have thought that the eternal bestowment would create a high-rank 9 divine emperor? That was an entire realm of cultivation. Moreover, she was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Yi Xian now needed better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, this did not mean that this was a problem for Yi Xian. After all, the ancient zither space's output had been kept by Yi Xian for such a long time and had not been used. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour, Yi Xian said directly. The countless resources in the interspatial ring were quickly sorted. The valuable ones were kept, while the rest were turned into experience points for Yi Xian to level up and transferred into Yi Xian's body. Breakthrough, 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 continuous breakthrough. Ding. System notification. Host has broken through. You are now at the lower rank 9 Divine Emperor realm. Yi Xian was very satisfied with leveling up so many realms in one go. Although he was still a little weaker than Xianxia, Yi Xian knew very well that if they really fought, Xianxia's combat strength would not necessarily be much stronger than his. After all, Yi Xian had leveled up Xianxia's realm. Coupled with the eruption of Xianxia's special bloodline, this was the result. However, Xianxia did not have much combat experience and did not have any suitable abilities. Of course, Yi Xian would slowly solve all of this in the future. Let's go. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave abode. Yi Xian said to Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked at first, then asked, Brother Yi, why are we going to the Aquamoon Cave abode? There are many divine beast experts there. It's very dangerous. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly, saying, To kill people. Yes, Yi Xian was going to kill people. Because in Yi Xian's heart, the Fei God Dominion was not the Kunlun God Dominion. Therefore, Yi Xian did not need to hold back. Since these divine beasts did not treat humans as living beings, then why should Yi Xian care about them? Let them be the stepping stones for Yi Xian to increase his strength quickly. The two of them walked together and quickly walked towards the Aquamoon Cave Abode's affiliated city. This time, Yi Xian did not have any scruples. Even if he did not provoke Yi Xian would still find trouble with him, let alone provoking Yi Xian. The two of them came to the affiliated city again. At first, they did not encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Yi Xian waited for what he wanted. At this time, Yi Xian was walking on the streets, looking at the strange resources on sale in the Fey God Dominion. After all, some of the resources in the Fey God Dominion were not available in the Kunlun God Dominion. For example, this thing called the 3-star Divine Stone was not heard of in the Kunlun God Dominion. However, this 3-star Divine Stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of precepts. Gather enough 3-star Divine Stones and then extract the 3-star Divine Power from them to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of precepts. Just as Yi Xian was about to buy some, he heard the sound of people shouting and horses neighing in the distance. Out of the way, all of you! The young master of the Yi Karen clan is here. The Yi Karen clan? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but Yi Xian had already said to him, "Brother Yi Xian, you may not know, but the Yi Karen clan is a very powerful clan. This Yi Karen clan has an ultimate god expert and is considered a tyrant in this area. Moreover, the affiliated city of the Aquamoon Cave Abode is considered the property of the Yi Karen clan." It sounded like he was strong, but Yi Xian did not care about his background. Chapter 2436. The young master of the Yi Karen clan. "Brat, do you want to die? Get lost. Do you know who's here?" A lackey ran to Yi Xian's side. Although his strength was only at the 6th grade Divine King realm, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when he saw Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui, two Divine Emperor experts. After all, he represented the young master of the Yi Karen clan. Who would dare to disobey him? But today, he just had to meet such a person. Yi Xian didn't even bother to deal with this guy. Since this guy was looking for trouble, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid at all. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't move, the lackey was infuriated. He picked up a whip and lashed it at Yi Xian. Put! A crisp sound was heard. Of course, the whip didn't hit Yi Xian. Instead, it killed the guy who ran the shop. However, it was obvious that the Yi Karen clan was extremely overbearing. Even though their lackey killed someone on the spot, no one stopped him. Instead, the surrounding people took a few steps back. The lackey saw that he had killed someone, but he didn't show any fear. He even swaggered over and glanced at the person. He said indifferently, "You deserve to die. How dare you block our young master's path? I think you don't want to live anymore." After saying that, the lackey waved the whip again and swept it at Yi Xian. At the same time he said, "And you, Humph? How dare you block our young master's path? Kill without mercy." The whip was getting closer and closer to Yi Xian. Many people in the surroundings couldn't bear to see it. In fact, there were some experts who could defeat this lackey. However, he was a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. Moreover, he was the lackey that the young master doted on the most. So, no one dared to attack him. Therefore, everyone was only thinking in their hearts that another person was going to die under this life-seizing whip. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them happened. Just as the whip was about to hit Yi Xian shouted, "Get lost." In an instant, a long sword flew towards the lackey. How could a mere 6th grade Divine King be a match for Yi Xian? Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and killed the lackey before he could react. Murder! Moreover, the lackey was a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. The divine beasts in the surroundings were horrified. Some divine beasts were so scared that they even revealed their true form. Yi Xian. Yi Karen clan. Right at this moment, a furious voice resounded, "Damn it! They actually dared to kill my Deng. Kill them." In an instant, a large group of lackeys rushed towards Yi Xian. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. His eyes were full of vigor. In fact, Yi Xian already had a plan in mind. The lackeys ran rampant and rushed towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not fight them head-on. Instead, he kept dodging. Moreover, Every time he dodged to places where there were more people. These lackeys of the Yi Karen clan were usually running rampant. They did not care about anything and continued to attack Yi Xian. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful attacks continued to erupt. Yi Xian was not affected. However, the passers-by in the surroundings were in big trouble. In just a short moment, more than a dozen people had suffered an unexpected calamity. Perhaps ordinary passers-by could still dodge. However, the divine beasts who lived here or opened shops here could not so easily dodge. A divine beast who opened a weapons shop wailed. Just a moment ago, not only did the lackeys of the Yi Karen clan injure him, but they also destroyed his shop. Yi Xian purposely appeared to be in an extremely sorry state as he continuously dodged. The servants didn't care so much as they chased after Yi Xian. Along the way, they continuously destroyed and injured passers-by. Yi Xian smiled. This was the result he wanted. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying sword in his hand flew out and killed a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. Moreover, Ouyang Shui, who was hiding in the dark, had already received Yi Xian's instructions and kicked a divine beast out. Because of the chaos, many people did not understand the process. However, they saw that the divine beast, who was watching the show, was pouncing on a dead lackey of the Yi Karen clan. How dare you kill a member of the Yi Karen clan? When the surrounding lackey saw this result, he immediately roared and was about to rush toward that person. That person was extremely flustered and said loudly, "It's not me, it's really not me." However, the lackey of the Yi Karen clan did not care so much. He casually whipped that person's head and at the same time, wiped out that person's divine spark. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued his actions. As he dodged, he created chaos. Moreover, he did not kill those lackeys. Instead, he only injured them. With Ouyang Shui's cooperation, it did not take long for passers-by to start fighting with the lackeys of the Yi Karen clan in order to survive. Damn it, you lowly commoners dare to offend this young master's dignity. Kill them for me. It was the so-called young master of the Yi Karen clan who spoke again. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not wait to praise the young master of the Yi Karen clan. This was simply his teammate, not his enemy at all. This cooperation, he had a tacit understanding. Hearing the words of the young master of the Yi Karen clan, those lackeys did not care so much and immediately attacked the people around them. One must know that the Yi Karen clan had always been running amok in the affiliated cities. Killing a few people was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, compared to the Kunlun god domain, the demon god domain revered strength more. There were not so many rules. At this moment, when these lackeys attacked, the divine beasts who were unwilling to be killed would naturally resist. As for Yi Xian, he immediately shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Yi Karen's family isn't giving us a way out. Could it be that you're willing to be slaughtered by them at will? Everyone, let's attack together. For the sake of survival, for our own lives." Yi Xian's voice naturally attracted the response of countless people. After all, the situation now could not be more obvious. The Yi Karen clan was prepared to kill them all. If they did not resist, then there would really be no way out. Alright, everyone, let's attack together. Even if we die, we can't die so cowardly. Everyone, let's resist them together. Someone shouted in response to Yi Xian. And with the first, there would naturally be the second. Very soon, the entire street was filled with voices. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? If he did not attack now, when would he? At this moment, the street was already in chaos. Chapter 2437. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Back at the Water Moon Cave abode, the servants of Yi Karen's family had already noticed the abnormality. After all, it was normal for them to kill a few people in this affiliated city. But now, these lowly people actually dared to resist them. This was simply intolerable. However, there were some smart people who knew that this wasn't the time to fight. After all, if anything happened to their young lord, they would have to bear the consequences. But how could it be so easy for them to quell the chaos? Yi Xian continued to wander among the crowd. Wei Zhentian controlled the God Slayer and killed people from time to time. The people he killed were all ordinary passers-by who weren't involved in the chaos. Passers-by were being killed one by one. In addition to the chaos around them, it was only natural that more people would be drawn into the vortex. In fact, Yi Karen's family knew that they weren't welcome in this affiliated city. Therefore, they would bring hundreds of guards with them whenever they went out. However, the current situation was that these hundreds of guards weren't enough. These guards were like a drop in the bucket compared to the chaotic crowd. And the impact of the crowd forced these guards to protect their young lord with all their might. The conflict had already arisen. It wasn't easy to resolve it. Moreover, Yi Xian was deliberately looking for trouble. Ouyang Shui was following Yi Xian's orders to incite chaos. But suddenly, she was pulled aside by Yi Xian. "Let's go," Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shui. "Why should we go? The current situation is very advantageous to us. Why don't we assassinate the young lord of Yi Karen's family first?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned by Ouyang Shui's words. Yi Xian didn't expect Ouyang Shui to be so bold. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of assassinating the young lord of Yi Karen's family. However, he didn't want to do so. After all, assassinating the young lord of Yi Karen's family would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Anyway, the current chaos had already achieved the effect that Yi Xian had expected. There was no need to add more trouble. Yi Xian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to disrupt the internal affairs of the demon god's domain. Of course, this was just a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave abode. This time, Yi Xian was only testing the waters. Yi Xian already had a complete plan in mind. He wanted to cause chaos in the fiend god realm. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to bring up the matter of assassinating young Master Yi Karen. Alright, the result is already very good. Moreover, even if we don't do anything, the young master won't be able to survive. Yi Xian had a smile on his face because he could already see that there were already quite a few divine kings and even divine emperors involved in this internal strife. A portion of people hoped to obtain benefits by helping the Yi Karen family. However, even more people were unable to suppress the fury in their hearts and directly attacked the Yi Karen family. In this way, it directly led to a chaotic battle between the two forces in this affiliated city. The more they killed, the more people would be dragged into it. It would not be that easy to calm the chaos in this affiliated city of the Water Moon Cave abode. Yi Xian quickly left with Ouyang Shui. Not long after they left, thousands of family guards, servants and servants rushed out of the Yi Karen family. These people had received news that the young master was trapped and rushed over to help. Once these people joined in, they would not be of much use except to escalate the conflict. Not long after Yi Xian left, the entire affiliated city fell into chaos. Not long after, the young master was finally killed by an expert. With the death of the young master, the Yi Karen family would not let the matter rest. Therefore, the battle continued for many days without stopping. Of course, it was inevitable that this news would spread. The outside world had different reactions when they heard the news. Some felt that those lowly people were courting death by openly rebelling against the powerful Yi Karen family. Some felt that the Yi Karen family had gone too far. But no matter what, Yi Xian's goal of intensifying the conflict had been achieved. 5 days later, a man and a woman once again came to this affiliated city. At this time, the affiliated city was obviously much more desolate, and there were much fewer people on the streets. There were even remnants of the battle left in many places. These two people were undoubtedly Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. At this time, Ouyang Shui had a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this result. After all, the conflict between the human race and the divine beasts in the demon god's domain was impossible to mediate. The human race in the demon god's domain naturally hoped that all the divine beasts would die in one night. After all, only then would they have space to live. Although this kind of thinking was almost impossible to achieve, it did not hinder Ouyang Shui. Because of the riot in the affiliated city and the fall of so many experts in the demon god's domain, Ouyang Shui was happy from the bottom of her heart. As for Yi Xian, he did not feel anything. After all, to Yi Xian, this was only a small part of his plan. Therefore, Yi Xian did not care about the death of these divine beasts. No matter how many died, Yi Xian could only watch in silence. This time, it was clear that the entire affiliated city had fallen into silence. Because of the great purge of the Yi Karen clan, many divine beasts were either killed or chose to leave this place. Yi Xian's arrival did not receive the same welcome as before. The people who stayed behind only looked at Yi Xian coldly. Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. Yi Xian was just passing by this time. This subsidiary city was a necessary path to the Water Moon Cave. If it wasn't for this, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have come here. Yi Xian and Xianxia were very fast. It did not take long for them to pass through the affiliated city. At this time, they were already outside the Water Moon Cave abode. The Water Moon Cave abode was a place where geniuses gathered. It was one of the more famous caves in the demon god's domain. As a result, the inspection was very strict. Those who did not have the qualifications to enter would never have the opportunity to enter. Yi Xian and Xianxia had not gone far when they were stopped by two people. "Halt! Show me your tokens." Yi Xian looked up and asked the two people, "What tokens?" One of them looked at Yi Xian and said indifferently, "Why are you two here? If you are here to learn, then show your invitation tokens. If you are here to visit, then show your visiting tokens." Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but he did not speak. Xianxia said coldly, "We are here to kill. Do we also need to show our killing tokens?" Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Chapter 2438. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Elder. Blocking the way unexpectedly, the two guards of the Water Moon Cave residents looked at each other and then laughed. "Ha! Two little kids, are you deliberately here to make fun of us? Killing in our Water Moon Cave abode? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Was it really a joke? Suddenly, a cold light flashed. That person who was laughing complacently abruptly stopped laughing. There was only fear in his eyes because that cold light had already taken his life. Who are you?" The remaining guard was a sensible person. If Yi Xian could instantly kill his companion, then he could naturally instantly kill him as well. Therefore, he didn't escape at all, because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to that person at all. Just as he finished speaking, Wei Zhentian had already controlled the god-slaying sword to fly back and directly kill him. "I told you that we're here to kill. You didn't believe me, so don't blame us," Xianxia said calmly. Yi Xian did not care so much. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the two divine beasts and their interspatial rings. After that, Yi Xian and Xianxia continued to move forward. Along the way, it could be said that he killed everyone he saw. Although the Water Moon Cave abode was a gathering place for geniuses in the demon god's domain, ordinary guards were no match for Yi Xian. In a short while, they arrived outside the Water Moon Cave abode. At this time, Yi Xian finally met an expert, an elder of the Water Moon Cave abode. At this time, Yi Xian killed the two guards as he did before. At this time, a voice sounded. "How dare you? How dare you kill in my Water Moon Cave abode? Are you tired of living?" Along with this voice, three figures directly descended. A divine beast with a human body and a cow's head was holding a magic weapon that looked like a mace. Behind him were two divine beasts in blue robes. This divine beast with a human body and a cow's head was the law-enforcing elder of the Water Moon Cave abode. They were just passing by and did not expect to see Yi Xian killing the guards. The sudden appearance of the three shocked Xianxia, but she was not afraid at all. Looking at the three of them, Xianxia said, "3 more to die." Along the way, Yi Xian had deliberately trained Xianxia and allowed her to kill a few divine beasts with average strength. Of course, most of the time, Yi Xian was still the most. At this time, Yi Xian seeing the three of them. Yi Xian translation, system detecting the three's strength. Ding. System notification. Targets are a 1st grade mid-divine Emperor Realm Elder and 2 7th grade High Divine King Realm Guards. His strength was average. It could be said that Yi Xian had enough confidence to kill the three of them. But this time, Yi Xian did not move. Instead, he said to Xianxia, "Go, I'll leave them to you." Xianxia was an expert at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. But because she had just gained strength, She did not have enough divine sense, so her strength was not enough. But undoubtedly, the best way to improve one's strength was to fight. That was why Yi Xian asked Xianxia to do it. Yi Xian wanted to train Xianxia. Xianxia already had incomparable trust in Yi Xian. She understood in her heart that since Yi Xian wanted her to make a move, it naturally meant that he had the ability to kill 3 people. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, she directly pulled out her sword and charged forward. This sword was a magic weapon given to her by Yi Xian. Although it was not as good as the god-slaying sword, it was not bad. Kill! Xianxia shouted and slashed with the divine sword in her hand. The elder was not afraid at all. He waved his mace and blocked Xianxia's attack. At the same time, the numerous sharp spikes on the mace suddenly burst into a ball of light, which filled the whole sky in an instant. Those sharp light shadows did not hesitate and directly surrounded Xianxia. Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaying swords to surround Yi Xian, but Yi Xian did not move at all. If Xianxia, with her cultivation at the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, couldn't do anything to a 1st grade Divine Emperor realm elder, then Yi Xian might even consider not nurturing her. At this moment, Xianxia looked serious. The magic weapon in her hand flew up and down. At the same time, a ray of light lit up in her body. This was the power of law that Xianxia had comprehended. However, even Yi Xian found this power of law strange. This power of law was not any of the power of law that Yi Xian had mastered. It was extremely rare. What Xianxia had mastered was the light-speed boundary law. Hence the name, the power of law was the boundary law of light. The speed of light was already considered extremely fast. The boundary law of light restricted the power of light within a certain range. It could also be continuously accelerated to 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the speed of light. That speed was faster than teleportation, and even more terrifying than the power of law of space. After all, the power of law of light speed boundary law was different from the power of law of space or other power of law. This was a special power of law that could allow one to maintain their peak speed and continue to fight. As the light of law rose, Xianxia's figure turned into a ray of light. It was a mysterious ray of light that could not be detected by the naked eye or divine consciousness. At the same time, Xianxia's immature boundary law of light was also activated. The terrifying speed turned into the most advantageous means of attack. Even though the elder's divine consciousness was so powerful that it could reach a preliminary prediction. In the blink of an eye, he was struck down to the ground. This was because Xianxia had launched hundreds of attacks in the blink of an eye. Of course, at the same time that the elder was killed, the other 2 guards were also killed. Xianxia stopped what she was doing and looked at Yi Xian with tears in her eyes. Yi Xian naturally understood what she wanted to say. He nodded slightly and said lightly, "You did well this time." "Thank you, Brother Yi." Xianxia suppressed the excitement in her heart and said excitedly. However, although Xianxia was not slow in killing the elder, she still gave the elder time to send out the signal. At this time, the Water Moon Cave Mansion had already received the signal of invasion. However, because the time was too short, the elder only had time to send out the signal of invasion. He did not say where and who was it. Therefore, the people in the Water Moon Cave Mansion could only be on high alert, but they did not know where the danger came from. Especially when they found that the guards had mysteriously disappeared, the people in the Water Moon Cave Mansion became even more vigilant. Yi Xian waved his hand and the 3 corpses and their interspatial rings were devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through to the rank 1 medium Divine Emperor realm. Who would have thought that this elder, who was a mid-level Divine Emperor realm expert, would only be able to raise Yi Xian's level by 1? Of course, Yi Xian did not care about this. Yi Xian had already decided to kill to his heart's content in the demon god's domain. It would not be difficult for him to raise his level. Chapter 2439. The Annihilation Organization and the Primogenite. At the same time, groups of divine beast geniuses from the demon god domain were studying as usual. Of course, there were occasional discussions about food. It was as if the experts from the demon god domain were more obsessed with food than the experts from the Kunlun domain. However, the delicacies in their mouths could never be separated from one word, and that was the human race. In the eyes of the divine beasts of the demon god domain, only humans were the most delicious food. These words only made Yi Xian even more certain in his heart that Yi Xian didn't do anything wrong when he killed the experts of the demon god's domain and Tiancheng. At this time, Yi Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of one of the demon god domain's geniuses. The god slayer suddenly rested on that person's neck without warning. After all, that genius did not expect that someone would want to kill him in the Water Moon Cave abode. You will answer whatever I say next, but if you hesitate, be careful of your life. Yi Xian said calmly to that person. That person did not hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. Let me ask you, what is the deal with the Holy Sun in the demon god domain? Yi Xian knew that Luolua was called the Holy Sun. Of course, there might be other names, but the meaning was more or less the same. And Yi Xian could not find Luolua's whereabouts because of the identity of the Holy Sun. In reply to Senior, the Holy Sun is called by the primogenitor of the demon god domain. Only the genius chosen by the primogenitor can be called the Holy Sun and enjoy endless glory. That person did not know why Yi Xian suddenly asked such a question. After all, the Holy Sun was something that everyone in the demon god domain knew. However, since Yi Xian asked, he did not dare to hide it. Genius chosen by the primogenitor? Yi Xian frowned. In fact, Yi Xian had investigated who the Holy Sun was before, but it seemed that no one knew. Even if they did, there were different versions. Who would have thought that the answer he got in the demon god domain would be related to the primogenitor again? Although Yi Xian didn't know much about the so-called primogenitor, he had heard of him. After all, Yi Xian still had some mysterious blood in his hands. Back when Yi Xian had detonated the blood, he had heard the people of the demon god realm roaring about the return of the primogenitor. In any case, the primogenitor was extremely important and mysterious in the demon god domain. Now that Yi Xian heard the mention of the primogenitor again, it was inevitable that he would have some doubts. What is a primogenitor? Yi Xian couldn't help but raise a question. You don't know about the primogenitor? Who would have thought that the divine beast would dare to question Yi Xian when its life was clearly in Yi Xian's hands? But this guy immediately realized that he had said something wrong, so he immediately said, the primogenitor is the origin of the demon god domain. It is said that every divine beast clan has a powerful primogenitor. The power of the primogenitor is the source of the special abilities of every clan in the demon god domain. All of our racial talents are actually bestowed by the primogenitor. Although the primogenitor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, his power is everywhere. Moreover, every once in a while, someone would receive the blessing of the primogenitor. I heard that some people have tried to get the primogenitor's power back, but no one knows if it's true or not. That person kept talking, but Yi Xian thought of another power. Annihilation. It could be said that Yi Xian had completely eradicated the annihilation from the Kunlun god domain in a thunderous manner. But this didn't mean that the annihilation had completely disappeared. In fact, the annihilation still had remnants in other god domains. But what did the annihilation have to do with the primogenitor's power? On the surface, there seemed to be no connection between the two. However, Yi Xian had fought with the extermination organization countless times, so he knew in his heart that it was definitely not that simple to annihilate the organization. Or in other words, the extermination organization was definitely not as simple as he had imagined, and had nothing to do with the power of the ancestor. After all, the annihilation was also trying to summon some mysterious power, and they also had the primogenitor's return ceremony. Could there be a connection between the two? Yi Xian didn't know. But Yi Xian knew that whether it was the annihilation or the primogenitor, they must not be allowed to appear. After all, they were extremely evil. But if the annihilation was really summoning the primogenitor's power from the demon god domain, Yi Xian couldn't understand. After all, the members of the annihilation were almost all humans. And there was no direct connection between the annihilation and the demon god domain. Two completely unrelated forces were both thinking about the primogenitor's power, so Yi Xian couldn't ignore this. However, Yi Xian didn't know anything about the power of the ancestor. Moreover, very few people knew about it, and even if they could hear some of it, it would only be a legendary existence. No one could be sure whether or not there was any ancestor's power. Yi Xian put away his doubts and continued to ask the person, "Where can I find the chosen saint?" The person immediately stopped talking and said hesitantly, "Senior, may I ask which chosen saint you are looking for?" The total number of chosen saints has always been a secret. Legend has it that as long as there is a clan of divine beasts in the demon god domain, there will be a chosen saint. However, every holy son did not stay in the same place. Most of the chosen saints are secretly guarded by their clans, while some are controlled by the divine master. Some of the chosen saints have undergone a test of strength and are constantly wandering around. Yi Xian was very dissatisfied with this answer, because it was as good as not saying anything. It wouldn't be of any help to Yi Xian at all. Although this fellow was extremely cooperative, it was a pity that the information he knew wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Therefore, with a thought from Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god-slaying sword and killed him without the slightest hesitation. "Let's go, let's continue forward," Yi Xian said to Xianxia. Soon, the two of them left this place. Actually, Yi Xian couldn't bear to see such a massacre, because Yi Xian knew that some divine beasts didn't deserve to die. However, Yi Xian was even more clear in his heart that this was the demon god's divine domain, not the Kunlun divine domain. As a human, he was an anomaly in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't cruel, then he would only be cruelly treated by the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain. He could choose to be humiliated at will, or he could only be cruel and heartless. And most of the divine beasts in the demon god domain weren't innocent. That was why Yi Xian was so merciless. Yi Xian was all alone now. Any mishap could lead to his death. If he wanted to live, he had to be vigilant at all times. There was no room for mercy. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill these divine beasts, even if they were transformed divine beasts. Chapter 2440. Translator, trans and editor, trans and follow me if you want to live. Yi Xian and Xianxia soon found another target. This time, it was a genius called Tian Ting by the divine beasts of the Water Moon Cave Mansion. This person was a Tian Ting beast. The Heaven Listener beast had a very special divine ability, and that was the Heaven Listener divine ability. It was said that the Heaven Listener divine ability could allow the Heaven Listener beast to hear anything it wanted to hear, regardless of whether it was a voice from millions of years ago or a voice from countless distances away. When the divine ability was cultivated to a high level, it could even hear the voice of the future. The Tian Ting beast's divine ability was very strange and unpredictable, but it also had many restrictions. But no matter what, this Tian Ting beast was undoubtedly a very good choice in Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian believed that this guy might be able to grasp some secrets that others did not know. Then, who else could Yi Xian find but him? However, Tian Ting was different from others. Perhaps he was pretending to be deep or something, but this guy rarely showed himself in front of others. At this time, Yi Xian wanted to find him but did not know how to do so. But Yi Xian did not know that Tian Ting had been taken away by the elders of the Water Moon Cave Mansion. It turned out that after the elders of the Water Moon Cave Mansion learned of the death of a law enforcement elder, they also discovered the deaths of several guards. With so many people dying, it naturally attracted the attention of the elders of the Water Moon Cave Mansion. Therefore, they found Tian Ting and promised him great benefits in the hope that he could use his divine ability to find out who the murderer was. "How was it? What did you get this time?" An elder said to Tian Ting. At this time, Tian Ting was standing in a large formation made of spiritual stones. Each time it was activated, it would require at least 100,000 spiritual stones. To maintain it, it would require no less than 1 million spiritual stones. With such a huge consumption, it was no wonder that Tian Ting's divine ability would not be activated so easily. At this time, the Water Moon Cave Mansion was willing to spend so much because of the continuous deaths of so many people. In fact, Tian Ting had already used up tens of millions of spiritual stones. Unfortunately, he still did not get anything. When Tian Ting heard the elder's question, he shook his head helplessly. This time, he followed the elder's instructions and chose to use his Tian Ting ability. However, he didn't hear anything useful. However, he did remember Yi Xian's voice. Unfortunately, just the voice alone didn't seem to be of much use. Of course, if Yi Xian knew that Tianting's mystique was so powerful, he would have to rejoice that he had acted swiftly and did not say anything. Otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. Hearing Tianting's reply, the elders did not give up. With a wave of their hands, another batch of spirit stones was added into the formation. It doesn't matter. Continue investigating. I don't believe that guy didn't leave behind any clues. An elder said to Tianting. Tianting naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to train his divine ability. If it were any other time, how could it be so easy to get such an opportunity? Now that there was a cave elder willing to spend spirit stones for him to train his divine ability, he naturally wouldn't mind. At this time, Yi Xian was also searching everywhere for Tianting. After another failure, Tianting had already searched all the locations controlled by the elders of the Water Moon Cave, but unfortunately, he didn't find the slightest clue. They had already spent 20 million spirit stones, which could be said to have reached the limit of what the elders of the Water Moon Cave could bear. Helpless, these elders could only give up and rely on Tianting to find clues. Tianting left the place with incomparable doubts in his heart. What kind of person could make the elders so concerned? After all, these elders didn't tell Tianting what had happened, so Tianting had no way to know. However, he didn't go far before he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. Tianting didn't care, thinking that they were just ordinary disciples of the cave. However, when the two people came to Tianting's side, they asked Tianting, "Are you Tianting?" Tianting was slightly taken aback. He was considered a celebrity in the Water Moon Cave, and almost everyone knew him. Now, these two people's inquiry made Tianting a little confused. However, Tianting still nodded subconsciously, "Yes, I am Tianting." Along with this answer, Tianting suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying aura, and at the same time, two powerful divine swords had already locked onto him. All of this happened so fast that Tianting didn't have time to react. Of course, even if he wanted to react, he was probably not Yi Xian's match. After all, Tianting was only talented, but it didn't mean that he was very strong. In fact, Tianting was just a divine lord, so how could he stand a chance in front of Yi Xian? "If you want to live, then follow me obediently," Yi Xian said indifferently. At this time, Tianting seemed to understand something, but unfortunately, even if he understood, he was simply unable to resist. Facing the powerful Yi Xian, Tianting didn't even have the qualifications to speak. The two Godslayer swords could break his godhead at any time, so how could he resist in the slightest? Tianting was extremely shocked, but he could only follow Yi Xian helplessly. Before long, the three of them arrived at a remote place. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a divine talisman transformed into a simple array that wrapped around the three of them. The divine talisman's function was to conceal itself, and its effect was very simple. However, unless someone deliberately investigated this place, they wouldn't discover its uniqueness. Now, you will answer whatever I ask you. If your answer satisfies me, I can spare your life, otherwise, Tianting naturally understood what Yi Xian was trying to say. After all, Tianting already knew Yi Xian's identity. This guy was the powerhouse who had killed the guards and even the elders along the way, then infiltrated the Water Moon Cave abode. Tianting had the urge to cry. He never imagined that such a powerhouse would come looking for him. Of course, he also knew why Yi Xian had done so. In fact, it was also because of his divine ability. Yi Xian had also taken a fancy to his special divine ability. For the first time, Tianting regretted that he had this divine ability. At this time, his divine ability, which was originally worth showing off and envied by countless people, had attracted huge trouble for him. "Let me ask you, how much do you know about the Holy Sun?" Yi Xian asked indifferently. At the same time, he released a powerful pressure from his body, so Tianting didn't dare to hide anything. Tianting quickly began to answer, but he didn't let Yi Xian get much of what he wanted. However, Yi Xian also knew that Tianting wasn't lying. After all, what Tianting had heard was exactly what Yi Xian knew. There was no mistake. Chapter 2441. Chapter 2441 Rebirth of Dharma Form. This question caused Tianting to hesitate slightly. It wasn't that Tianting was trying to hide something, but the answer seemed to be something that everyone knew. Of course, Tianting did not dare to hesitate. He immediately replied, entering the Master God battlefield can only be done with the teleportation token bestowed by the Divine Masters and Heavenly Kings. After all, once the Master God battlefield is closed, it will become a forbidden zone. As for the Kunlun Divine Domain, I have heard that it is possible to enter through some secret passageways. However, after the previous war with the Kunlun Divine Domain, these secret passageways have been sealed. So you're saying there's no other way? Yi Xian frowned slightly. When he heard that, he thought that Yi Xian was angry. He quickly continued, No, it's not like there's no chance at all. I've heard that each of the 8 great heavenly generals' palaces holds a special secret realm. That secret realm leads to both the Kunlun God Domain and the Demon God Domain. Yi Xian frowned again. What's the use of that? Do you want me to kill those divine generals and steal the two-way secret realm? Heaven Listener was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling flustered as he tried to say something. However, Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Because the information provided by Tianting did not seem to be of any real use. Of course, it was good to know that there were 8 two-way secret realms. Perhaps he could give it a try in the future. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Listener Beast. The Heavenly Listener Beast's innate divine ability was not bad, and it could be used by Yi Xian. It was a pity to kill it just like that. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Listener Beast was sucked into the devouring space. After all, once it entered the devouring space, the Heavenly Listener Beast would be completely under Yi Xian's control. From then on, it would not be able to go against Yi Xian's wishes. Who said that Yi Xian knew that the Heavenly Listener Beast would not be of much use to him in the short term after absorbing it into the devouring space. However, as the Tree of Laws grew, the devouring space would gradually become stronger, and it might be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, even the Heavenly Listener Beast did not have many clues. Yi Xian shook his head in disappointment. His gaze quickly gathered on the surrounding mythological beasts. These divine beasts were all geniuses of the Demon God Domain. Perhaps in the future, they would become the enemies of the Kunlun God Domain and Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian hardened his heart and prepared to kill them all. These geniuses of the Demon God Domain, rather than leaving them alive to become enemies in the future, it was better to kill them all now. That's right. Yi Xian was going to massacre everyone in this place because Yi Xian knew full well that the people here would one day become the enemy of the Kunlun God Domain and Yi Xian himself. What's more, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, Xianxia probably wouldn't let these people off. It could be said that none of these geniuses had not eaten humans before. In the eyes of these so-called geniuses of the Demon God Domain, humans were just food. So what reason did Yi Xian have to give them a chance to live? Wei Zhentian, Dharma Treasure Form, kill them all. Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly activated and controlled the 2 God-Slayer swords to rush out. At the same time, Xianxia also rushed out. Since the establishment of the Aquamoon Cave abode, this was the first time it had encountered a bloodbath. The other meaning of geniuses was that they were not strong enough. The reason why they were called geniuses was because they had high potential, but it didn't mean that they were strong enough. Perhaps in the future, they could all become strong, but at least for now, they weren't that strong. And Yi Xian wouldn't give them the time to grow. The God-Slayer swords danced in the air, and the geniuses fell one after another. The entire Aquamoon Cave abode was filled with whales. One by one, the divine beasts and geniuses transformed into their original forms and tried to resist or escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian and Xianxia were like 2 killing gods, killing everything in their path. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to remember how many divine beasts and geniuses he had killed, because there was no need to. As long as an enemy appeared in his sight, none of them would escape. However, the havoc didn't last long. During this time, the elders in the Aquamoon Cave abode had never stopped looking for Yi Xian and Xianxia. Now that the 2 of them had appeared, they naturally attracted the elders' attention. Boy, how dare you act so presumptuously in the Aquamoon cave abode? You're courting death. An elder quickly rushed towards Yixian, his body constantly emitting strong light. While rushing towards Yixian, he had already activated his gifted superpower. This was an expert who had cultivated from a giant porcupine. It could be said that he was the pride of the porcupine clan. After all, porcupines were generally less talented. It was rare for them to cultivate to the Divine Emperor realm. And this Divine Beast expert was a lower rank 7 Divine Emperor. Unfortunately, a lower rank 7 Divine Emperor was nothing in front of Yixian. Yixian didn't even bother to recall the Godslayer. He just casually threw a punch and a strong force instantly erupted. Boom! One punch. With just one punch, Yixian sent Elder Porcupine flying. However, the punch didn't take Elder Porcupine's life. Elder Porcupine was terrified after being sent flying by Yixian's punch. He stood in the distance, coughing up blood. He didn't dare to move forward. However, at this time, the other 2 elders had arrived. They first glanced at Elder Porcupine, then looked at each other and rushed towards Yixian. Ding! System notification. The target is a middle rank 4 Divine Emperor. The host is advised to dodge immediately. 3 levels higher than Yixian? Indeed, he was very strong. However, Yixian's title of Eternal Supremacy was not just for show. It was only 3 levels higher, so Yixian didn't put him in his eyes. The 2 elders transformed into their true forms because they were the kind of divine beasts that could only display their greatest combat strength in their true forms. These 2 elders were actually a tiger and a lion. Roar! 2 angry roars sounded. The 2 powerful divine beasts had already launched their attacks. They started with a tiger's roar and lion's roar. Violent sound waves erupted, forming a huge whirlwind that rushed towards Yixian. However, Yixian didn't care about this kind of attack. Yixian waved his hand, and a strong force was launched, scattering the whirlwind. The 2 divine beasts' elders attacked again. After transforming into their true forms, they didn't use any magic weapons. This was because their true forms had long been trained to surpass most magic weapons. Even if they waved their hands, there would be a huge flash of light that wasn't any weaker than the light of a magic weapon. Yixian narrowed his eyes, put his hands together, and immediately activated a Dharma idol. The Dharma idol of the Glorious Empress. The Glorious Empress was once a strong person in the realm of the gods. She was skilled in several magical powers that could be said to be unbeatable. Chapter 2442. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Empress of Splendor. The second mystique was called Glorious Glory. This was a mystique that could use the power of the law of light to condense a giant singularity and cause explosive damage. This mystique could cause great damage within a certain range for a short period of time. When combined with the first mystique, it could naturally cause great damage to the enemy. In addition to these 2 mystiques, the third mystique was undoubtedly even more terrifying. This third mystique was called Glorious Destruction. Once this mystique was activated, the target that was locked on would be continuously injured by a giant pillar of light that descended from the sky as long as they were under the light. The body of 10,000 Sovereign was difficult to obtain and had a long cooldown time. However, there was no doubt that the explosive damage was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yixian summoned the Glorious Empress of Splendor Dharma. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying pressure descended. The 2 elders, 1 tiger and 1 lion, were slightly stunned, but they did not give up on attacking. Instead, they continued to charge towards Yixian. As the 2 elders charged forward, they actually fused together and activated their combined mystique, the Tiger-Lion Frenzy Demon. The Tiger-Lion Frenzy Demon was a combination technique that the 2 elders had perfected over tens of thousands of years of tacit cooperation. It could be said that once the 2 of them activated this mystique, it was equivalent to perfectly fusing their powers together. The explosive attack power was not as simple as 1 + 1. Wherever the 2 of them ran, the clouds and fog dispersed. Due to their extreme speed, there was even an extremely powerful whirlwind around their bodies to protect them. Unfortunately, even so, it was useless. Dance for me. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up into a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, the brilliant dance divine ability immediately descended. The two elders were stunned to discover that their bodies couldn't help but stop. They were even attracted by some mysterious power of law and danced on the spot. Although this time was very short, it was enough to make them panic. This was because Yi Xian's new attack had already arrived. Glorious glory! A huge ball of light directly surrounded the two of them. Then the ball of light quickly shrank. Yi Xian looked at the ball of light and said faintly, "Boom!" While Yi Xian was speaking, the ball of light had already condensed to its limit. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and it exploded. Boom! With a deafening boom, the condensing light energy exploded in an instant. The powerful energy directly enveloped the two elders. After the explosion, the two elders were covered in blood and had no choice but to fall to the ground. But as soon as they landed, Yi Xian had no intention of letting them go. Glorious destruction! A beam of light descended from the sky. Before this, those two elders were standing together because they used their fusion innate techniques. But now, they became the reason for their deaths. In an instant, even the elders felt as if their bodies were melting. As a matter of fact, their bodies were indeed melting. The power of the law of light, no matter how tough one's body was, as long as it hadn't reached the point where the light couldn't be broken, it could be refined. This glorious annihilation used the law of light to destroy the enemy through the means of refining weapons. In other words, glorious destruction was refining the enemies within the light as materials. Of course, there would never be a result because the final result would be melting. What a terrifying scene this was! Two powerful elders of the Water Moon Cavern actually melted in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the surrounding elders didn't dare to make a move. They all looked at Yi Xian in horror. One of them asked Yi Xian loudly, "Who are you, sir? What grudge do you have with the Water Moon Cavern?" The Water Moon Cavern is a public cavern built in response to the orders of the Divine Master. Any prodigy can enter to cultivate and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why are you looking for trouble with the Water Moon Cavern? Yi Xian shook his head silently. Perhaps the Water Moon Cavern was aloof from worldly affairs in the demon god domain. Unfortunately, the divine beast prodigies you nurtured would one day appear in the Master God battlefield and become enemies with the Kunlun god domain. Then Yi Xian would never let them go. Yi Xian ignored the elders. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the interspatial rings left behind by the two elders, one tiger and one lion. Yi Xian's calmness made the surrounding elders even more uncertain. After all, no one knew what Yi Xian's trump card was. Ouyang Shui, on the other hand, relied on her profound realm. Although she didn't have such powerful means like Yi Xian, she still killed several elders of the demon god domain. Under their hands, who knew how many divine beast prodigies they had killed? "What do you want, sir? Why are you making an enemy out of the Water Moon Cavern? If the Water Moon Cavern is wrong, we are willing to compensate you for your loss. Please stop immediately." Another elder spoke up. This elder's true form was a dark unicorn. Therefore, there was a black aura lingering around him. Yi Xian looked at these people indifferently. However, he didn't really intend to let go. Of course, Yi Xian knew that once these elders all attacked, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand them. What's more, the Water Moon Cavern Master and several experts had yet to appear. Once they did, Yi Xian wouldn't be a match for them. Yi Xian understood the principle of quitting while he was ahead. However, it would be a waste if he didn't ruthlessly extort the Water Moon Cavern Master. "Fine, I can stop. However, your Water Moon Cavern Master's disciples have eaten my clansmen. How are you going to settle this?" Yi Xian's words weren't fake at all. Weren't humans treated as food by these divine beasts? However, Yi Xian didn't say that he was a human. After all, if he said that he was a human, it would only cause those elders to madly attack him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the elders seemed to understand something. However, it was obvious that they had misunderstood. In the demon god's domain, it was very normal for many powerful races to eat the weaker races as food. However, this precondition was strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would be eaten by others instead. Then they deserved to be unlucky. At this time, the elders obviously misunderstood Yi Xian's meaning. They thought that Yi Xian's clansmen had been killed and eaten by the Water Moon Cavern Master's disciples, so they came to seek revenge. So that's how it is. However, you're being a little unreasonable. Which clan of Water Moon Cavern Master's disciples did this? You can find trouble with his clan. Why are you targeting the entire Water Moon Cavern Master? Oh, is that so? Then those disciples said that they were from Water Moon Cavern Master and no one dared to hurt them. How do you explain this matter? Anyway, it was nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care so much. What? Is that so? Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the elders were obviously angry. At this time, a red figure descended from the sky. Greetings, Great Elder. It turned out that the Great Elder of Water Moon Cavern Master had arrived. Ding. System prompt. Target is a 7th stage Divine Emperor. The host is advised to dodge immediately. Chapter 2443. Deterrence. There was no way Yi Xian could resist the Grand Elder. Yi Xian was on high alert. He had already decided that if the Grand Elder made a move, he would run away immediately. However, the Grand Elder's next words made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. Since it was the fault of my Water Moon Abode's disciples, then we must compensate them. Kid, take the resources in this interspatial ring as your compensation. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder actually gave Yi Xian an interspatial ring. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so easy to talk to? No, things weren't that simple. Sure enough, the Grand Elder spoke again. Kid, your 10-tailed Divine Fox clan lives in seclusion in the unworldly secret realm. When did you enter the mainland? 10-tailed Divine Fox clan? Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of Empress Splendor's true form. Empress Splendor's true form was actually a 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. The Grand Elder clearly misunderstood and thought that he was a member of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. After all, the 3 Empress Splendor's abilities that Yi Xian used were the innate abilities of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Yi Xian understood the Grand Elder's point and smirked. Who cares about the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan? Yi Xian couldn't care less. As long as he got the benefits, it was enough. Let's go. Yi Xian waved his hand and led Ouyang Shui away, ignoring the Grand Elder. Clearly, the Grand Elder was extremely wary of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Seeing Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui leave, some of the ordinary elders didn't understand the Grand Elder's actions and asked, Grand Elder, are we just going to let them go like this? They killed so many of our disciples. What should we do when the clansmen of our disciples investigate? The Grand Elder looked back at the other elders and said calmly, Tell them, if they have any objections, they can go find the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan and ask for punishment. That is, as long as they have the guts. Grand Elder, what's so special about the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan? Why are you so afraid? Lord Divine Master's true form is really the 10-tailed Divine Fox. What do you think will happen if the Divine Master finds out that one of his clansmen was eaten by a disciple of our Aquamoon Heavenly Cave? Don't think I don't know that your clansmen were also killed by this person, but I'll tell you the truth. You better pray that this person won't find trouble with you. Otherwise, the day of your clan's annihilation won't be far away. What? Almost all of the Water Moon sect's elders were aghast. Very few people knew what the true form of the Demon God Realm's Divine Lord was, but they didn't expect the Great Elder to know. If that was the case, they would be willing to hand over the entire clan's resources, not to mention exchanging resources for safety. Almost immediately, all the elders found their own juniors and began to teach them a lesson without any hesitation. Because they knew very well in their hearts that if this matter was not handled properly, it would lead to the destruction of their entire clan. To challenge the Divine Master's original race, wasn't that just courting death? Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that he had accidentally impersonated a member of the same clan as the Demon God's God Realm's Godmaster. At this moment, Yi Xian had already opened the interspatial ring given to him by the Great Elder. However, when he saw the resources in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he had only left because the Great Elder had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, he had never expected that the Great Elder would really give him compensation. Furthermore, it was such a generous compensation. It could be said that the resources in the interspatial ring given by the Great Elder were dozens of times more than all of the resources on Yi Xian's body combined. Of course, this was half of the Water Moon Cave Abode's inventory, so it was naturally a lot. System: classify the resources. Keep the resources that are useful to me, and devour the rest. Following Yi Xian's command, the system immediately sorted the resources. Soon the results were out. Among the thousands of resources, only a dozen were determined by the system to be useful to Yi Xian. The rest were devoured by Yi Xian directly. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through to rank 3 Medium Divine Emperor Realm. 2 realms in a row. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this result. As expected, robbing was the only way to get more resources and benefits. After Yi Xian left the Water Moon Cave abode, he led Yi Xian forward. After all, although Yi Xian was fearless in the Water Moon Cave abode, it didn't mean that he didn't understand the difference in strength. In the Water Moon Cave abode, even the Great Elder was not a match for Yi Xian, let alone the Cave Master. Therefore, Yi Xian was prepared to rob other places. This time, Yi Xian's goal was to find the saints. The demon god's god realm had described the saints to be so powerful. Yi Xian wanted to see how different these saints were. Yi Xian's first target was Mount Wuwang, which was the closest to the Water Moon Cave abode. The Divine Crocodile clan lived in Mount Wuwang, and there was a saint in the Divine Crocodile clan. Yi Xian's intention was very simple. He wanted to meet the saint of the Divine Crocodile clan. According to Tian, the saint of the Divine Crocodile clan was also a medium Divine Emperor realm elite. His strength was comparable to Yi Xian's. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to see how powerful this saint was. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, all the passages were sealed. It seemed that the only thing he could rely on was the two-way secret realm controlled by the 8 great divine generals. However, the 8 great divine generals were not easy to deal with. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to return to the Kunlun god realm, but he didn't have the strength. Besides, in the monster god realm, Yi Xian's cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster. After all, Yi Xian could kill all the divine beasts in the monster god realm without any fear and increase his strength quickly. After all, Yi Xian remembered clearly that the law contract with the 2 sacred halls was 10,000 years old. Yi Xian also remembered clearly how powerful that mysterious secret realm was. Therefore, the only way was to increase his level quickly. There were 3 things to do. First, find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Second, return to the Kunlun god realm. Third, find a way to increase his cultivation speed quickly and then go to the mysterious secret realm to train. These were the 3 most important things to Yi Xian now. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to find the other saints. After all, looking for the other saints would allow him to accomplish these 3 things at the same time. Looking for the saints would allow him to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts through the other saints. Even if one of them couldn't do it, there would be 10 or even 100. There was bound to be one who knew about Luo Luo's existence. Killing the saints would undoubtedly allow him to increase his cultivation level quickly and strengthen himself. Then, he would be able to enter the mysterious secret realm to train faster. At the same time, every saint had a lot of resources in their hands. Perhaps they could find a way to enter the Kunlun god realm. Therefore, the saints were Yi Xian's best choice now. Chapter 2444. Poor humans. Wang Mountain was once a ruin left behind after the excavation of a spirit stone mine. However, after millions of years of changes, divine trees and divine flowers grew here again. At the same time, it also triggered some changes, turning these ruins into a flourishing holy land. The Divine Crocodile clan was not originally the divine beasts of this place, but when they discovered the natural spiritual pond, they did not leave. They forcibly drove away the surrounding divine beasts and occupied this Wuwang mountain. The Crocodile God clan spent most of their time cultivating in the spirit pool. Only a portion of the guards were left behind to guard the area. After all, in the past, when they occupied the Endless Mountain, they had also committed quite a number of massacres. Thus, they had no choice but to be on guard at all times. Even now, the Divine Crocodile tribe did not dare to let down their guard. At this time, Yi Xian and Xianxia were walking along Wuang Mountain. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Big brother Yi, I remember this place. In the ruins of Mount Wang, there is a human village. I came here when I was young. Their village is one of the few human villages that can settle down in one place. Human village? Ever since he had come to the demon god domain, Yi Xian had mostly heard about how the human clan was bullied, but in reality he had not seen many humans. Since there was such an opportunity, Yi Xian naturally did not want to let it go. Alright, let's go to this village first. As Yi Xian nodded in agreement, Ouyang quickly led the way for the two of them. This place was originally just a wasteland, so it was naturally not that easy to pass through. The ruins of a spirit stone mine were different from the ruins of an ordinary mine. This was because spirit stone veins were special substances produced by the world, so they were naturally protected by the laws. Even though all the spirit stones in the veins had been dug up, the laws still protected them. Almost every spirit stone vein digger knew a legend. That was, even if the spirit stone vein ruins were completely excavated, it wouldn't take long for a new mother lode to form, thus giving birth to a new spirit stone vein. What is a mother lode? That was a treasure that countless people yearned for. It would be of great use to anyone who obtained it. There were two main characteristics of the mother Oregon. The first was that it automatically gathered the divine power between heaven and earth to produce all kinds of minerals. Actually, everyone knew this without saying. The most important thing was his second characteristic, which was known to very few people. That was the blessing of the laws. Those who possessed the mother lode would be able to obtain special blessings when cultivating laws. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Even in a mineral vein, there was no guarantee that a mother or would be born. That thing was simply an existence that could only be found by chance. Now that Yi Xian had arrived at the mineral vein ruins, he naturally had some expectations. System, activate all detection and try to find the mother lode. Yi Xian instructed the system, and the two of them proceeded forward. Unfortunately, the legend was true. It was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Along the way, Yi Xian did not receive any notifications from the system. In other words, he did not find the mother lode. However, just as Yi Xian was about to give up, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Pension post. Traces of the mother lode have been detected ahead. There really was a mother lode. It was a pleasant surprise. What's ahead? Yi Xian asked Ouyang. Ouyang glanced at Yi Xian in surprise before saying, "The village is right in front of us." Ouyang was surprised because she thought that Yi Xian had discovered the uniqueness of this place. However, she did not know that Yi Xian had only detected the presence of the mother lode. Yi Xian heard Ouyang answer and did not say much. He just continued forward. After walking for a while, the two of them found a cave, and that cave was the entrance. The most peculiar thing was that outside the cave, there was actually the power of the laws. These laws seemed to form a door, cleverly hiding the cave. In other words, unless one saw it with their eyes, they would not be able to discover it with their divine senses. In fact, for the strong, most of the time, they would trust their divine senses more than their eyes. Therefore, even if a divine beast powerhouse passed by, if they did not find anything unusual with their divine senses, they would not investigate. The cave was very well hidden, so even if someone came down to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything special. It was no wonder that the human village could hide in this cave for so long. All of this was because of the hidden door constructed by the laws. At this time, Yi Xian had some understanding. He was afraid that this gate of laws had a certain connection with the mother lode. Perhaps it was very likely that the mother lode was actually the one guarding this village. The two of them carefully walked into the cave. According to Ouyang, the people of the village had arranged countless mechanisms and traps in this cave. Although these mechanisms and traps would not threaten Yi Xian, the people of the village had worked hard to arrange these traps. Yi Xian did not want to destroy them. After all, these were all set up by the people of the village to prevent the intrusion of divine beasts. Fortunately, Ouyang was familiar with this place. In addition, Yi Xian's divine sense was powerful, so they were not in any danger. Soon, the two of them arrived at the interior of the cave. Vaguely, Xian could see the light of a fire clearly. Who are you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Then, several humans rushed out, holding simple spears in their hands. These spears were not magical weapons, but were woven from some kind of vines. One could imagine how powerful they were. But these were their only weapons. We are humans. Everyone, don't worry. Xianxia hurriedly said. Sure enough, when these people heard that they were humans, they were less afraid. However, they did not relax their vigilance. When they saw Xian and Xianxia walk out, these people finally recognized that they were humans. You are little Shui? An older man looked at Xianxia and asked in surprise. Yes, I am Xianxia. Hello, Uncle Lin. Meeting an acquaintance undoubtedly made these people very happy. Humans lived a life of fear and trepidation in the demon-divine realm. For example, in this village, there were many people who had never left in their entire lives. And those who did leave, most never returned. Xian and Xianxia were given a grand reception. It could be said that this village had taken out the best things to entertain Xian. Chapter 24:45. Mine mother lode by mistake. The first type was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite food of the people here because it was very common. The second type was a white worm that grew in the cave. It tasted very bad and was very disgusting, but it was a delicacy for the people in the cave because it was the only meat they could eat. The third type was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food. It could be said that the living conditions here were extremely bad. At this moment, Xian felt very bitter. After all, these people were Xian's people. They were all humans, but they didn't expect to live like this. In the cave, there was a hole that wasn't very big, but that hole went through more than 10 twists and turns. After a few twists and turns, the people in the cave used a mirror made of crystal stones to project sunlight to the bottom of the cave. This was the only place where the people in the cave were exposed to sunlight. Fortunately, this was the realm of the gods. The 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here was quite abundant. Unfortunately, there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil at all, so there was no way to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Xian looked at all of this in silence. In front of him, there was a house made of stones. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house, but a stone was enshrined. It was the Mother Lode. The Mother Lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Xian had long given up on the idea of obtaining the Mother Lode. At the same time, he wanted to move the people here. Therefore, when these people were happily asking Xianxia about the situation outside, Xian proposed his idea. I want to take you away from here. Are you willing? Xian didn't hesitate and asked these people directly. Xianxia was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an expression of ecstasy. During this period of interaction, Xianxia was the one who knew the most about Xian's strength. Xian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time, he had an extremely strong foundation. Now that Xian had taken the initiative to move the people in the village, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. Therefore, before those people could answer, Xianxia excitedly persuaded them first. Xian waited silently. He could suggest ideas, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Xian wouldn't force them. Soon, the people in the village came to a decision. In the demon god domain, the human clan was unusually united because everyone was very clear about what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the jaws of those powerful demon beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human clan. Therefore, when they heard Xianxia's persuasion, none of them had any doubts at all. After all, they had long heard of how powerful the Kunlun god domain was. In their hearts, the Kunlun god domain was a sacred ground. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to take the risk. However, they had misunderstood Xian. Xian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Xian's devouring space. This time, Yi Xian had even specially modified this area so that he could accept more people from the demon god domain in the future. In this place, Yi Xian had built palaces after palaces, circled out all kinds of delicious food, and hoarded large amounts of cultivation resources, all to provide these people with the most perfect living and cultivation environment possible. In fact, Yi Xian had also noticed the uniqueness of this place, and that was that everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps, those without talent had already been eliminated long ago. Of those who were left, 9 out of 10 could be considered geniuses in the Kunlun god domain. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, Yi Xian had allowed these people to cultivate and become stronger, so that he could use them for his own purposes. In the devouring space, due to the constant modification of the 12 abyssal trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that these people would like it there. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than a holy land. After settling the problem of the village, Yi Xian started to think about how to deal with the alligator god clan. From these people, Yi Xian already knew that this village was actually built under the alligator god clan's spiritual pool. The alligator god clan's natural department might have allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spiritual pool, which could be considered as protecting this place indirectly. After all, the power in the spiritual pool came from the mysterious mother lode. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yi Xian wanted to take away the mother lode, which would naturally affect the interests of the alligator god clan. In fact, it would affect the core interests of the alligator god clan. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Yi Xian wanted to take away the source of power of the alligator god clan's spiritual pool. Therefore, when Yi Xian put these people into the devouring space, he didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of going against an entire clan by himself, but he also knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what kind of experts the alligator god clan had. At this time, Xianxia stood quietly beside Yi Xian. Xianxia didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Yi Xian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Xianxia asked Yi Xian. In Xianxia's heart, Yi Xian's strength was unquestionable. Therefore, Xianxia didn't know why Yi Xian was standing there in a daze. Yi Xian was deep in thought at this time, so he didn't think too much about it. He replied casually, "I'm thinking, how can I take the mother lode?" As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at the mother lode. Xianxia didn't know how powerful the mother lode was. When she saw Yi Xian pointing at the mother lode, she flew over and took it down. "Big brother Yi, do you want this thing?" Xianxia blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he was incomparably shocked. Why did you take it down?" At this time, Yi Xian could feel that the energy that was constantly pouring into the mother lode had disappeared. Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that the alligator god clan definitely knew the secret of the spiritual pool. The reason why they didn't take the mother lode was that they were worried that taking the mother lode would affect the spiritual pool. Now that the energy of the spiritual pool had disappeared, even the alligator god clan would know that something had happened under the spiritual pool. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. He grabbed Xianxia and wanted to leave. Chapter 2446. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The god-slaying sword was evolving. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as the experts of the alligator clan landed at the bottom of the lake. These experts were obviously more interested in the mother lode than Yi Xian had imagined. They had surrounded Yi Xian as soon as they appeared. In other words, Yi Xian's every move was under the surveillance of the alligator clan. The reason why they had not done anything was because they did not care about the human village at the bottom of the spiritual pool. They did not care about Yi Xian at all. Now that Yi Xian had taken the mother lode, the alligator clan had no choice but to take action. "Damn it! How dare you take the holy stone? You're courting death!" One of the experts of the alligator clan shouted at Yi Xian. They knew about the mother lode. However, this mother lode was special. Otherwise, they would not have called it the holy stone. A total of 9 powerful experts from the Divine Alligator clan completely surrounded Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. Through the system, Yi Xian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th level Divine Emperor realm expert. Yi Xian could not resist at all. This was the biggest crisis that Yi Xian had ever encountered. What should I do? Yi Xian thought quickly. 9 experts of the Alligator clan had surrounded Yi Xian. If he attacked now, he would be courting death. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. In that instant, Yi Xian quickly thought about his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian did not have any trump card to fight against the 9 experts of the Alligator clan. Once he attacked, he would definitely die. After all, in addition to the level 6 Divine Emperor, there were 2 other level 6 Divine Emperors. The honorable rank title allowed Yi Xian to be invincible among those of the same level. He could even challenge those of a higher level in a one-on-one battle. However, that didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against 3 high-level Divine Emperors. If they fought, they would definitely lose. There was no escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to release the sword attendant, but don't forget, this was the territory of the Divine Alligator clan. As for these 9 people, Yi Xian didn't believe that they were all the experts of the Divine Alligator clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a team of guards for the Alligator God clan. Ouyang Shui, don't resist. I will send you away. You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Originally, Yi Xian didn't intend to absorb Ouyang Shui into his devouring space. However, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, Yi Xian casually took Ouyang Shui into his devouring space. Just as Yi Xian had said, without Ouyang Shui around, Yi Xian had less to worry about. At the same time, the mother lode was in Yi Xian's hands. At that moment, the system notification rang out. Ding! System notification. Detected special resource, Sacred Heart Mother Lode. At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't noticed. He was quickly thinking of a countermeasure to deal with the system notification. However, the God Slayer reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered ever since he had obtained the God Slayer. One had to know that the God Slayer now had Wei Zhentian as its weapon spirit. However, Wei Zhentian couldn't control the God Slayer. It was obvious that things weren't that simple. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a strange change had begun. From the sky, 9 brilliant pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even more strange was that once the 9 pillars of light reached the God Slayer, they rapidly condensed. Absorb. It was absorbing. The God Slayer was actually absorbing the power of the 9 pillars of light at a rapid speed. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what kind of power the 9 pillars of light represented, Yi Xian knew that this wasn't a simple matter. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. An extremely powerful elite from the Divine Crocodile tribe descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yi Xian's hair stand on end. Stop him quickly. We can't let him take away the power of the mystic light. The elite shouted as soon as he appeared. The 9 elites from the Divine Crocodile tribe didn't hesitate at all. They all rushed toward Yi Xian at the same time. Yi Xian was shocked. Even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, Yi Xian would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone 9 of them. Furthermore, there was a super elite among them. At this moment, Yi Xian was even prepared to enter the engulfing space to temporarily escape. However, what happened next made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Although the 9 of them rushed toward Yi Xian, they were stopped by a strange energy before they could even get close to Yi Xian. It was formless and colorless. Neither the naked eye nor the divine consciousness could detect it at all. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside and couldn't enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their angry roars. Yi Xian could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks and themselves couldn't enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the super elite from the Divine Crocodile tribe looked regretful. This was because only he knew that the mother ore wasn't an ordinary mother Oregon. He also knew that this mother ore was special. There were countless rare treasures in this world. There were naturally many rare treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen Dharma treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the surface, but they were extremely powerful. However, some treasures were hidden among the myriad of treasures. Those who didn't know the value of these treasures would never discover them. This mother ore was such a special mother Oregon. The most important thing about this mother ore wasn't the material itself, but its special properties. This mother ore could be used as a guide to guide the power of the mysterious light to refine Dharma treasures. Just like what was being done to the god-slaying sword now. Dharma treasures refined by the mysterious light were definitely not ordinary treasures. A Dharma treasure refined in this way would be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a rare treasure could be said to be a good item that could only be found by chance. At this moment, the super elite was extremely regretful. If he had been as blind as a bat and hadn't failed to recognize this mother ore, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity. It should be known that such a rare treasure's special ability could only be used once. Therefore, after Yi Xian used this mother ore, this originally incomparably magical mother ore was now useless. Thinking back, although the divine crocodile tribe had discovered that this mother ore could allow the spirit pool to gather mysterious energy, they hadn't thought much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special. However, who would have thought that this would be the result when the mystery was revealed? Not only had they not obtained such a rare treasure, but the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile tribe accept this? Chapter 2447. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It had become a treasure. Since they couldn't get the mother lode, the divine crocodile tribe elites decided to take the Godslayer instead. The mysterious power continued to pour into the Godslayer, causing it to rapidly undergo huge changes. Outside, more and more elites from the divine crocodile tribe rushed in and surrounded Yi Xian. Inside, Yi Xian could only look at the Godslayer silently and wait. Of course, Yi Xian was also thinking of a countermeasure. The current situation was obvious. The divine crocodile tribe was determined to get the mother lode and the Godslayer. Once the light disappeared, the evolution would end and the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Yi Xian. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defense. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defense would be able to bring Yi Xian a chance of survival. To be more precise, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any means. As long as it could help Yi Xian would do it. Time passed quickly. At first, they thought that the evolution wouldn't last long. However, that wasn't the case. 7 days had passed, but the light still hadn't disappeared. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, there was nothing he could do. So, finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would think that a rare treasure had appeared. Naturally, those who saw the light wouldn't let go of the chance to seize the rare treasure. Haha, I want to see what kind of treasure has appeared and caused such a big commotion. At that moment, another elite arrived. His voice was like thunder from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Some people whispered. It was obvious that the old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. After a while, Yi Xian saw an old man with the face of an old man, 4 arms, and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took shook the ground like an earthquake. As he walked, the elites of the divine crocodile tribe opened up a path for him. Obviously, even the elites of the divine crocodile tribe didn't dare to block the old man of the Divine Valley's path. What is that thing? Why is it so powerful? It's mine, it's all mine. Haha, it's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, an exquisite sedan chair carried by 4 beautiful women of the 9th level Divine Emperor realm flew over. Time, the divine crocodile tribes. A rare treasure has appeared. It seems like there will be another bloody storm. How lamentable! A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sadness, but no one knew why he was sad. The Divine Crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to settle down in a corner because the Divine Crocodile clan was very clear that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together and looked around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Someone arrogantly looked around as if he wanted to start a fight. There were also some people who just quietly searched for a spot, not bothering to ask. More and more experts joined in. On the other hand, Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Xian often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. However, it was a novel experience to become a treasure and a target for others to fight over. Of course, as the number of powerhouses increased, Xian felt a little more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as one was seizing a treasure, then a bloody battle was unavoidable. Moreover, if one of the seizing parties did not decide the victor, then no one could even think of seizing the treasure. Now, countless experts had gathered, and every one of them was eyeing Xian covetously. Naturally, Xian was safe. Because no matter who made the first move against Xian, there was no doubt that they would immediately be surrounded by others. Therefore, Xian had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Of course, this did not mean that Xian was safe. In the current situation, Xian had just obtained an opportunity. Whether he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for a total of 13 days. During these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Xian and the Godslayer, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. And 13 days was enough time for countless experts to arrive. At this time, there were hundreds of experts gathered outside Xian, and of course, there were tens of thousands of others. The outer periphery was now divided into 3 layers. The first layer was where the hundreds of experts each occupied a spot. No one made a move. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and formed groups. Then, there were clans like the Divine Crocodile tribe. Because they were clans, they had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost layer, there were divine beasts who came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they were not qualified to participate in the treasure hunt, but they were unwilling to leave so easily. Therefore, they gathered around and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that they were also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the Godslayer's evolution did not end immediately. The Godslayer hung high above Xian's head, and waves of powerful energy were continuously released. The outer layer of the barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. Some divine beasts saw that the light had retreated and thought that they had a chance. They rushed forward, but they did not expect that not only would they not be able to break through the barrier, but they would also be rebounded by the barrier. As a result, they were severely injured and had to flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Xian thought that the evolution of the Godslayer had nothing to do with his soldiers. But this time he was wrong. Wei Zhentian still could not enter the Godslayer, but the Godslayer hung high above Xian's head. Waves of mysterious energy were continuously channeled into Xian's body. This energy was extremely destructive, and Xian could not resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff were shocked, and their faces were filled with envy. Sword body purification referred to the strange phenomenon of a spiritual divine sword feeding back to its master. When a spiritual divine sword gathered enough power and developed strong feelings for its master, it would use its own power to purify its master's body. This kind of purification was extremely rare. Not only did it have high requirements for the divine sword's quality, but it also required an extremely strong power to support it. In addition, the divine sword itself had to have strong feelings for its master. The last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the weapon spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to reach this stage, it meant that the divine sword already had a preliminary spiritual intelligence. Chapter 2448. The treasure snatching begins as the saying goes, 10,000 spiritual swords will be enlightened. 10,000 will be enlightened. 10,000 will be enlightened. 10,000 years will be enlightened. This sentence showed how rare it was for a divine sword to be enlightened. Of course, it was also because of this that trying to disrupt the divine sword at this time was tantamount to courting death. Legend had it that there was once a super strong martial artist who tried to stop the divine sword from being enlightened. In the end, he succeeded because he was very powerful and surpassed that person by a few realms. Unfortunately, he was also killed by the divine sword. When the sword body was being purified, it was usually because the divine sword had been greatly strengthened and was able to unleash an extremely powerful force. No one knew how powerful the divine sword was during the sword body purification process. After all, those who tried to find out would only end up dead. Now, they could actually see the first cleansing of the divine sword. It was impossible for them not to be surprised. Of course, it was also because of this that the divine beasts were even more certain that they had to seize the god-slaying sword. After all, the cleansing of the divine sword would end sooner or later. Once it ended, the divine sword would return to its original state. At that time, the divine beasts would naturally be able to seize it. Although they had never heard of a divine sword being able to undergo a second cleansing, the fact that it was able to do so proved that the divine sword contained an extremely powerful foundation. Furthermore, everyone naturally saw that the 9 rays of mysterious light were injected into the god-slaying sword. Hence, they naturally knew that the god-slaying sword was tempering itself at the same time as the sword was being cleansed. At this time, Xian could clearly feel the changes in his body. It could be said that every cell in his body was undergoing an extremely intense change. Rays of sword essence continuously flowed into Xian's body, and these sword essences actually directly merged with Xian's body. This power was only 1/10 of the original power. Of the remaining 90% of the power, 60% flowed into Xian's divine pavilion, while the remaining 30% flowed into the depths of Xian's soul and consciousness. Mysterious transformations were constantly taking place. The most direct and intense change was Xian's divinity. The divinity did not have a fixed shape. Everyone's divinity was different. Furthermore, most divinities were a mass of mysterious power that could change at any time. However, Xian's divinity actually condensed and transformed into the shape of a sword. Sword-shaped divinity. Although Xian did not know the use of this change, he knew that it was definitely beneficial for him. The most obvious change was in the Godhead, but the most intense change was in the divine will. At this moment, Xian's spiritual will had actually given birth to a new divine ability, the divine will sword. This sword of divine will was no longer just a sword light condensed from divine will to kill the enemy. It was a true divine ability. Sword of divine will. Has a certain chance of killing the enemy in one hit. Has a large chance of punishing the enemy with a 10,000 times critical hit. Of the divine sword of the divinity. Divine sword of the divine sword of the divine sword. Divine sword of the divine sword, divine sword of the divine sword of the sword. The sword of divine will's variant ability. The sword of divine will confuse with the power of the 6 runes mantra to strengthen the attack. There was such an ability? Xian was slightly delighted. The 6 true words could be combined with his divine sense. Adding the special ability of the divine sense sword to permanently lock onto his attacks, it was a very good combination. Normally Xian would be overjoyed. But now Xian was not happy. After all, Xian did not even know if he could leave. The sword baptism continued for a while. But what was to come would come. At this time, the sword baptism was over. Naturally, the battle began. Boom! There was a loud sound. The first to attack was Old Man Kamitani. At this time, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light and charged towards Xian. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. The divine wood sword servants did not need Xian's orders. They hurriedly stood guard beside Xian, waiting for Old Man Kamitani to attack. However, it was clear that Old Man Kamitani would not be so simple to attack Xian. Old Man Kamitani, Are you trying to monopolize the treasure? With a shout, another powerhouse attacked. However, this time, he did not attack Xian. Instead, he attacked Old Man Kamitani. Bam! The two of them quickly exchanged a blow in the air. Then they separated. Blazing Sky God Rock, what are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? That's right, Kamitani. You're being a bit unkind. Why do you want to monopolize the treasure? Actually, everyone knew that this chaotic battle was unavoidable. They just didn't want to be the first to attack. Old Man Kamitani's sudden attack was against everyone's interests. It was only natural that others would try to stop him. However, Old Man Kamitani did not say anything. He directly charged towards Blazing Sky God Rock. The two of them quickly engaged in battle. At this moment, there were already people fighting, but the others weren't idle at all. Don't think that they'll just sit there and watch the show. Xian's strength was weak. It could be said that in the eyes of these experts, anyone could kill him. And such a precious treasure was something that everyone wanted. Thus, it was inevitable that some people would take the risk. However, no matter who made a move, they were immediately stopped by others. Xian had been watching coldly from the sidelines, so he could see the situation clearly. The Old Man of the Divine Valley and the Blazing Sky Divine Rock were simply putting on a show. Although the two of them were fighting, they didn't intend to kill anyone. In other words, the two of them had been preparing to mess up this situation from the very beginning. At this time, battles were breaking out everywhere. The powerhouses were all looking for their opponents. However, there were several people who were not actually attacking. Xian could not understand the current situation. After all, if Xian was searching for the treasure by himself, or if he was in human territory, such a chaotic situation would not occur. However, this was the demon god's realm. Thus, it was normal that some things were not within Xian's expectations. Of course, Xian did not have it easy either. There was no chance for him to escape. The god-slaying sword had already returned to Xian's side. Under Wei Zhentian's control, it circled around Xian. The divine wood sword servants also guarded Xian vigilantly. However, this did not give Xian a sense of security. After all, other than the powerhouses, there were also many people who wanted to seize the treasure. In the hearts of these people, once they obtained the god-slaying sword and successfully left, their strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Even if they did not use it themselves, they could still obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources once they traded it away. Chapter 2449. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. A way to survive. Although Xian was on high alert, he did not pay too much attention to it. Subconsciously, he did not think that there would be an enemy attack. However, in that instant, a faint and almost imperceptible movement suddenly erupted. Fortunately, Xian's divine consciousness had been strengthened once again. In addition, the location of the explosion happened not far from Xian, so he was able to react in time. However, even so, Xian was only able to slightly shift the position he was standing in. Boom! There was a loud noise. At that moment, Xian realized that what had attacked him was a ray of red light. It was as thin as a gossamer thread, but its power was unparalleled. The divine wood sword servants immediately stood in front of Xian and blocked most of the damage for Xian. However, even so, Xian was still sent flying by the powerful force. The violent force instantly sent Xian flying high into the sky. However, there was someone waiting for Xian in the sky. It was a person with a pair of wings. To be precise, he was a divine beast. However, Xian did not know what race he was from. When Xian was sent flying high into the sky, the person released a large net from his hands in an attempt to trap Xian. The power of the engulfing precept. Xian was shocked. He already knew the purpose of this person. This person was probably the one who had released the red light. Sending Xian flying high into the sky was also part of his plan. His purpose was to capture Xian as quickly as possible. Ding. Target set. Superior Level 6 Divine Emperor. Another Superior Level Divine Emperor. Although at this moment, in this area, a rank 6 superior divine emperor was actually not that strong. For Yi Xian, he was still a great enemy. It could be said that if they really fought, Yi Xian's troops would not have much of a chance of winning. Unfortunately, this guy was using the power of the law of Devourer, so he couldn't blame Yi Xian for breaking through his web of laws. Not to mention a mere high-grade celestial emperor like him, even a hierarch or a celestial the arch wouldn't necessarily be able to outplay Yi Xian with the law of devouring. After all, Yi Xian's greatest trump card was the power of devouring. At this time, that person vowed solemnly, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He even had a smile on his face as he waited for Yi Xian to fall into his net of laws. However, Yi Xian did fall into the trap, but it was not the result that the person had imagined. The glowing net of laws had already surrounded Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it did not heed that person's summons and returned to his side. At this moment, that person finally noticed the abnormality and frowned slightly. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't bear to do so. After all, he knew that if he didn't leave now, he would attract the attention of others. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. However, seeing that Yi Xian had already fallen into his net of laws, he naturally couldn't bear to leave so easily. What he didn't know was that although Yi Xian was currently trapped in the net of laws of devouring, he wasn't affected at all. Instead, the net of laws of devouring was completely under Yi Xian's control. How dare you? That person only hesitated for a moment, but some experts had already noticed the change here. With a roar, 5 people immediately attacked at the same time. Another boom rang out. A moment ago, that person had been complacent, thinking that he had successfully trapped Yi Xian and had a chance to escape. The next moment he was killed by the 5 experts and turned into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. As soon as that person died, Yi Xian controlled the net of laws to fall to the ground. On the surface, it seemed that the net of laws had fallen because it was no longer under the control of its master. However, no one knew that this was all secretly controlled by Yi Xian. The 5 experts glanced at Yi Xian trapped in the net of laws. Unexpectedly, no one made a move to snatch it. Instead, they silently retreated and continued their battle. In Yi Xian's heart, these divine beasts' actions were simply too stupid. Of course, if these divine beasts hadn't been so stupid, Yi Xian wouldn't have had a chance to survive. At this moment, with Yi Xian as the center, there were battles everywhere. Divine beasts were constantly falling. It was as if these divine beasts' goal wasn't to snatch the rare treasure, but purely to fight. The net of laws was slowly losing its power. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Yi Xian silently looked at his surroundings, but he had an idea in his mind. These divine beasts were madly killing each other. For Yi Xian, this was an opportunity to increase his strength. No matter what, if he could increase his strength, then he would have a better chance of escaping. Therefore, under the circumstances that none of the divine beasts noticed, the corpses of divine beasts were constantly disappearing from the battlefield. Some of them were whole corpses, while others were only missing an arm or a leg. Of course, the destination of these corpses was obvious. They were naturally devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 4 medium divine emperor. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 5 medium divine emperor. As Yi Xian continued to devour the corpses of divine beasts, his realm also continued to increase. In the beginning, Yi Xian's actions were very careful. After all, he was worried that he would be discovered and attract unnecessary trouble. However, even if someone discovered Yi Xian's actions, they didn't care at all. Therefore, Yi Xian became bolder. Of course, even so, there was a limit to the number of corpses that Yi Xian could devour. After all, Yi Xian was trapped in one place. It was impossible for him to go around and collect the corpses. Therefore, he could only collect the corpses that were nearby. Fortunately, although the corpses nearby were incomplete, they still belonged to the experts. Therefore, Yi Xian obtained great benefits from collecting these corpses. In a short time, Yi Xian was able to break through to the level 1 upper divine emperor realm just by devouring the corpses. However, this kind of collection couldn't continue, because Yi Xian knew in his heart that although these divine beasts were currently in a chaotic battle and no one paid attention to him, as the battle progressed, the divine beasts that remained here would naturally be the strongest. Yi Xian already had an idea. At this time, Yi Xian could only ask the God Blossom sword servants to make some sacrifices. The moment the primal chaos law net disappeared, so did Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian had already hidden himself in the devouring space. However, the God Blossom sword servants were left behind. To be more precise, the God Blossom sword servants were the first to escape. Moreover, they were escaping in the direction of one of the experts. Under Yi Xian's instructions, the God Blossom sword servants carried a divine weapon that looked like the Godslayer. Although they deliberately hid it, they deliberately released a trace of its aura. The God Blossom sword servants approached the expert and handed the divine weapon to him without hesitation. Why would the expert think so much? He took the divine weapon. After all, this divine weapon looked similar to the Godslayer. This was a high-quality imitation that Yi Xian had spent a large amount of faith points to purchase from the system store. Chapter 2450. Caught in an ambush. Whether it was appearance or aura, it was almost identical to the God-slaying sword. At least, without careful observation, it was hard to tell the difference. After doing all this, the Divine Blossom swordsman committed suicide. The expert did not react at all. At this moment, he did not even know what had happened. He held the fake God-slaying sword in his hand and stared at the Divine Blossom swordsman in shock. "Ambitionist! You dare attack?" Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the expert. It turned out that someone had also noticed the change here. When he saw that Yi Xian's figure had disappeared from the web of laws, coupled with the fact that the expert was holding the fake God-slaying sword, he naturally misunderstood. Hence, at this moment, someone charged towards the expert without hesitation. "What are you doing?" the person asked curiously. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Boom! With a punch, the expert named Ambitionist was sent flying before he could understand what had happened. And the fake God-slaying sword in his hand had already changed hands. "Quick, the rare treasure is over there." Following this sentence, the expert who had just obtained the fake God-slaying sword did not even have time to look at the God-slaying sword before he was surrounded and attacked. Chaos erupted. This time, it was even bloodier and more brutal. If the divine beasts had only used 30% of their strength in the previous battle, then this time, they had used 120% of their strength. The slaughter had begun. The bloody and brutal slaughter had dyed the entire sky red in an instant. Yi Xian could see the changes in the outside world from within the devouring space. More accurately speaking, Yi Xian had not completely entered the devouring space. After all, the difference in speed between the devouring space and the outside world was too great. Yi Xian had not completely entered the devouring space. Hence, the position where Yi Xian was standing was actually the intersection between the entrance and exit of the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian was able to completely conceal his aura, but he was also able to maintain the same speed as the outside world. Therefore, this position was an extremely good choice. Yi Xian silently watched the slaughter outside. Although this slaughter was actually caused by him, Yi Xian did not feel the slightest bit of pity. Even if these experts from the demon god's domain were all dead, Yi Xian would not bat an eyelid. These guys deserved to die. The heavens falling and the earth cracking was not enough to describe the current situation. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with the aura of slaughter. Especially around the fake God-slaying sword, it was even scarier. One expert after another died on the spot. The sky was already broken and the ground. Countless experts turned this area into 40,000 pieces of land. Meanwhile, the fake God-slaying sword was being passed around in the hands of one elite after another. However, it was a pity that any super expert who obtained it would be killed in an instant. However, when one person died, another would immediately take over. As long as there was life, the battle would never end. These people had already gone completely mad. They had completely turned into lunatics. Yi Xian watched in horror, because only now did he know that there were countless divine beasts hiding in the dark. These divine beasts were initially hiding in the dark and did not participate in the battle. But when the fake god-slaying sword appeared, they appeared. And it seemed that the number of people hiding was not just a few. Clearly, there were experts dying at every moment, but there were still countless experts who continued to advance. At this moment, life seemed to be worthless. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just waiting for the center of the battle to leave this place. Every divine beast expert who obtained the fake god-slaying sword left immediately. There was no time to investigate the authenticity of the fake. Even if someone discovered that there was something wrong with the fake god-slaying sword, no one would listen to his explanation. Hence, the center of the battle was constantly moving away. Day after day. Usually, it would only take an hour to cover the distance. But now, it took a full 3 days. This distance might not be too far, but Yi Xian could not wait any longer. After all, it was inevitable that some experts would become suspicious. Once they turned back to search, Yi Xian might be trapped here. On the shattered earth, anyone could see that an incomparably fierce battle had once broken out here. Saying that not a single blade of grass grew was not enough to describe the decline of this place. It could even be said that there was not a single rock left. Suddenly, in the soil, a small mound suddenly moved, and a figure drilled out. The moment that figure appeared, he fled into the distance without hesitation. Not even the slightest bit of hesitation. This person was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to stop at all. He was running at full speed. Furthermore, he was even prepared to be transported into that mysterious training space at any time. That training space required a high level of strength, so Yi Xian knew very well that it was useless for him to enter now. There were only a few chances to be transported, so Yi Xian did not want to waste them. However, if there were really experts chasing after him, then perhaps Yi Xian would not have a choice. Yi Xian was extremely fast. At the beginning, there was indeed nothing unusual. But when Yi Xian had fled less than 3 million kilometers away, he realized that he had been locked on by several divine consciousnesses at the same time. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that there were some intelligent divine beasts who had suspected the location of the net of laws. That was why there was such a scene. It was obvious that these people were after Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian feel relieved was that since these people only dared to reveal themselves now, it meant that they were not super experts. Of course, Yi Xian did not know what their cultivation levels were. Yi Xian escaped at an extremely fast speed because he knew very well that even if the enemies who had locked onto him were not too strong, he would not have a good ending once he was entangled. Unfortunately, the enemies would not allow Yi Xian to continue escaping like this. Boom. Voila. There was a loud noise, and at the same time, a wall of water suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. To be precise, it was a water ball that completely surrounded Yi Xian. Water Rule Boundary Domain. This was actually a special water rule boundary domain. Furthermore, this was not a boundary domain set up by one person, but a boundary domain set up by many people. System, what is this boundary domain? Yi Xian asked in confusion. This boundary domain did not seem to be too strong, at least on the surface. The light blue sea surrounded this area. At the same time, it made the air in the center of the area feel unusually humid. However, the power was very gentle, and no one felt threatened at all. Chapter 2451. Chapter 2451. Chapter 2451. A strange domain. Since someone had set up such a domain, it probably wasn't that simple. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to stop and wait for the changes in the domain. Time passed slowly, but there was no change in the domain. However, one after another, half-human, half-fish demonic beasts appeared. These demon beasts were either holding tridents, broadswords, or longbows in their hands. However, their strength was generally very weak. Apart from their large numbers, there was almost nothing to be proud of. At this moment, Yi Xian was frowning slightly. Could it be that the Murlocs were the ones who set up the domain to try and capture him? If that was the case, then wouldn't he be underestimating Yi Xian? Yi Xian did not use the god-slaying sword. Instead, he took out his rule divine bow and shot it without hesitation. A berserk power erupted in the blink of an eye. A single arrow was enough to kill several thousand of these fishmen. Could it be that these fishmen were truly this unbearable, truly this useless? Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. However, just as Yi Xian was about to kill his way out, a strange change occurred. The fishmen that had been blasted to bits by Yi Xian were quickly resurrecting. What was even more terrifying was that even the enemies at the center of Yi Xian's attack that had been blasted into bloody mist by Yi Xian were resurrecting as well. Moreover, the strength of these resurrected fishmen had actually increased. What was going on? Yi Xian had never seen such a strange thing before. Yi Xian frowned and launched another attack at the group of fishmen. A terrifying attack once again landed on the newly revived fishmen. Just like last time, this group of fishmen were killed without any suspense. However, in the blink of an eye, the fishmen quickly revived. This time, Yi Xian saw it very clearly. These fishmen really did get a boost in strength after reviving. When had Yi Xian ever seen such a terrifying scene? He could actually revive after dying? Resurrection could also increase one's strength. I don't believe that. I want to see if you can revive indefinitely. With a thought from Yi Xian, the Law Divine technique was activated once again, and another attack was launched. Yi Xian attacked and the fishmen revived. Yi Xian attacked again, and the murlocs revived again. After repeating this several dozen times, Yi Xian finally gave up. These fishmen were actually able to revive indefinitely. Moreover, their strength could increase. However, there was a limit to how much their strength could increase. They could only reach the highest level of low-level first-grade Divine Lord. A mere low-level first-rank Divine Lord realm did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Xian at all. But who knew whether or not these fishmen still had any other special means? In other words, were there any other strange changes in this domain? Yi Xian did not dare delay any longer. This time, he directly released Might Shocker. The 200 god-slaying swords opened up a path. Yi Xian directly cut a bloody path to the edge of the domain. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the domain, he realized that this water barrier domain, which didn't seem to be anything special, wasn't something that could be broken just because he wanted to. First of all, this was not ordinary water, but a type of heavy water. Mysterious heavy water that was as heavy as ore. Moreover, this heavy water was extremely difficult to break. Even if Yi Xian used his divine power to forcefully disperse it, it would still be very difficult to break through. At this point, how could Yi Xian not understand that to break through this domain, one could not break through it with brute force? One could only find the person who created this domain and kill them, or find the array's foundation. Unfortunately, this was an array set up by several people working together. It was already very difficult to find one person, let alone all of them. Yi Xian had been trapped here for so long, but he had not discovered anything. Therefore, Yi Xian only had one choice, and that was to find the array's core. However, it would not be that easy to find it. System, do you have any ideas? Yi Xian knew that even the system could not do anything about it. As expected, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The host does not have enough resources to break through this domain directly. Yi Xian did not have a single eternal point, and he had consumed a lot of faith points. As for resources, he did not have much left. Therefore, it was normal for the system to give such a notification. It seemed that this time, Yi Xian could only exchange for some useful items in the system, and then think of a way to break through this domain himself. Who's playing tricks? Do you dare to step forward? Yi Xian shouted loudly. Yi Xian knew very well that the person in the dark would not answer at all. As expected, other than the screams of the murlocs, the entire domain was silent. Yi Xian quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine telekinesis, but he could not find anything strange. At this time, Yi Xian was frowning. Today, Yi Xian had encountered an unprecedented crisis. He did not expect that after escaping from the encirclement of those experts, he would fall into such a crisis again. The most fundamental reason was that Yi Xian was not strong enough. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yi Xian's cultivation level of superior first-grade divine emperor was already terrifying, but for Yi Xian, it was still not enough. In front of those super experts, Yi Xian did not even have the ability to resist a mere superior first-grade divine emperor. Of course, the people besieging Yi Xian might not be as strong as Yi Xian. After all, if they were strong enough, they would not have dared to show themselves. However, this also showed that Yi Xian was not strong enough. If Yi Xian was a bit stronger, then he might not have been trapped by this domain. Yi Xian looked at the murlocs in front of him, one after another, but did not kill any of them. In any case, these murlocs could not threaten Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian wanted to see what other tricks the enemy in the dark had up his sleeve. Yi Xian did not believe that these people were really counting on these murlocs to kill him. Sure enough, when Yi Xian stopped killing the murlocs, the domain changed. Once again, there was a strange change in the domain. Groups of murlocs kept gathering and devouring each other. Moreover, the strangest thing was that these murlocs actually increased their cultivation level after devouring each other. Groups of murlocs gathered together but quietly lined up, waiting for the murlocs at the front to devour them. As the murlocs continued to devour, the murlocs' cultivation level also increased. At first, it was just an inferior first-grade divine emperor, but after devouring, it increased to a superior first-grade divine emperor. The strangest thing was that all the murlocs stopped devouring each other once they reached the superior first-grade divine emperor realm. Even so, there were still 1,000 superior first-grade divine emperor murlocs in front of Yi Xian. Most importantly, Yi Xian could not kill them yet. Chapter 2452. Strange murlocs. Even though they were all rank 1 divine emperors, these murlocs could already cause damage to Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian released his divine wood sword servants, what use would they be if they could only defend and not attack? If this continued, Yi Xian was destined to fall. Unless Yi Xian chose to teleport into that special training space, or hide in the devouring space. Pure defensive divine talismans were constantly being created by Yi Xian, transforming into multiple energy shields. Unfortunately, even so, these divine talismans would eventually be broken through. Hence, it was completely useless to wear them down like this. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, with Yi Xian as the center, rays of protective light constantly flashed. Outside the light were the frenzied murlocs that were constantly attacking. To these murlocs, death was probably the last thing they feared, because once they died, not only could they be revived, but their strength would also increase. Hence, their attacks could be said to be endless and incomparably ferocious. In an instant, Yi Xian was trapped in place. However, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. Apart from occasionally replenishing his defensive divine talismans, Yi Xian did not even spare a glance at the murlocs outside. Instead, he was wholeheartedly searching for a loophole in this domain. Yi Xian was also an array master. Combined with his experience in creating divine talismans, refining artifacts, and other professions, it could be said that Yi Xian's understanding of array formations was not bad. Unfortunately, this time, the enemy had used array formations to set up this domain. Hence, it contained the profound mysteries of array formations, as well as the mysterious power of the domain. Hence, it was not that easy for Yi Xian to break through it. At this moment, Yi Xian was fully focused, releasing his divine telekinesis and continuously searching. Even the smallest corner was not missed by Yi Xian. Over and over again, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis quickly searched the entire domain. This domain was exquisite, but the person who set it up had underestimated Yi Xian, because Yi Xian's mastery of array formations was extraordinary. The array domain had its own advantages. However, in front of Yi Xian, there were also disadvantages. Yi Xian abruptly raised his head and looked at the center of the entire domain. Over there, waves of powerful energy constantly fluctuated. That was where the energy of the entire domain was the most concentrated. That was also where the defensive power of the entire domain was the strongest. However, it was there that Yi Xian discovered the weakness of the domain. It could be said that this entire domain was very complete. Through the senses of his divine consciousness, Yi Xian could even detect that even underground, it was still completely enveloped by the power of this domain. The entire domain was circular, and the heavy water constantly flowed, forming the entire domain. It was like a hollow water ball, and Yi Xian was trapped in the center of the water ball. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the top of the water ball was where the heavy water flowed. For Yi Xian, that was his only chance to leave. The power of the heavy water was extremely strong, and coupled with the rapid flow of the water, it was impossible for Yi Xian to force his way out. Only at the joint, due to the collision of the various water forces, would a very small gap occasionally appear. That was Yi Xian's chance. In Yi Xian's heart, he was once again certain that the person who set up this array domain was not a strong person. After all, how strong was this array domain? How could there be a gap? Since there was a gap, there was only one explanation. The person who controlled this array domain was not strong enough to make this array domain appear perfectly. Of course. No matter what the reason was, at least one thing was certain, and that was that Yi Xian's chance had come. With a sudden leap, Yi Xian did not hesitate and flew directly towards the center. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to revolve around Yi Xian, while the divine wood swordsman followed closely behind Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already arrived at the center. However, since Yi Xian could discover the gap in the center, how could the enemy not know? Therefore, at this moment, countless water tentacles extended from the water walls. The moment those tentacles appeared, they whipped towards Yi Xian. Some even turned into water swords that filled the sky and rushed towards Yi Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely surrounded by these heavy water weapons. It could be said that they were so densely packed that there was not a single gap. However, there was still a gap between the attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis had already been activated to the maximum. His entire body was dodging rapidly. Of course, while he was dodging, he was also flying upwards. The power of unlimited teleportation was displayed to the extreme in this small area of dodging. It was as if the entire sky was filled with Yi Xian's figures. And as Yi Xian flew upwards, the density of the attacks became tighter. Clearly, the enemy was getting a little anxious. But even so, there was nothing they could do to Yi Xian. Dodge, advance, dodge again, advance again. Yi Xian advanced courageously. No matter what was in front of him, Yi Xian would not stop. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to its maximum speed. The extreme speed allowed the god-slaying sword to have the power to pierce through the heavy water. At the same time, it was able to help Yi Xian block some of the water pillars that he could not dodge in time. Break for me! Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar as his entire body charged towards the center. Without a sound, Yi Xian directly charged out of the water ball. When Yi Xian hovered outside the water ball, he saw the people who had set up this formation in an attempt to trap him. 9 strange murlocs. Compared to the murlocs in the formation, these 9 murlocs were even uglier and stranger. Apart from a pair of legs, the rest of their bodies were fish? Or did they not transform? Clearly, that was not the case. Since they were able to work together to set up such a formation, they clearly had the power to transform. Therefore, the only explanation was that they looked down on the human form. Almost all divine beasts that cultivated were clear on one thing. That was, the human form would greatly enhance one's comprehension and usage of the laws. Perhaps the divine beast's original form would be enhanced in various aspects such as physique and strength, but if they wanted to quickly comprehend the laws and maximize the power of the laws, they would still need to transform into human form. It was impossible that these 9 murlocs did not know this. But why did they not choose to transform into human form? Even if no one told Yi Xian knew very well that if these 9 murlocs transformed into human form and set up this formation, it would not be easy for Yi Xian to escape. Therefore, Yi Xian suddenly became interested in the strange 9-headed fish. System, detect these 9 monsters for me. I want to see what is so special about them. Chapter 2453. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation continue escaping following Yi Xian's command. The system prompt quickly sounded. Ding. System prompt. The detection of Yi Xian requires 150,000 faith points. Does the host accept? 150,000 faith points? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, not because of the amount of faith points, but because of the system prompt. It seemed that every time Yi Xian wanted to detect something, he would need faith points. Yi Xian did not notice when it started, but now that he suddenly noticed, he realized that every time he used the system to detect something, it would more or less consume some faith points. Faith points could be said to be the easiest thing for Yi Xian to obtain. Compared to eternal points, Devourer points, and so on, faith points would only increase at any time, and by a significant amount. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, after controlling a new territory, the rate of faith points increasing would be even faster. Therefore, Yi Xian had never paid much attention to faith points. He even thought that the faith point system was specially set up to be used to exchange for other points, such as eternal points and Devourer points. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. It seemed that faith points had many uses, and the consumption was also very high. With doubts, Yi Xian agreed to the detection this time. Ding. System prompt. The target is the resentful Divine Fish Clan, one of the subordinate clans of the ancient Divine Fish Clan. They have a strong grudge against the human race. Once they encounter a human, they will definitely fight to the death. Ding. The resentful Divine Fish Clan is a special rare clan. Optional random mission detected. Collector of rare clans. Random mission. Collector of rare clans. Mission requirements. Find a suitable space, collect various rare clans scattered in the celestial realm, and tame them. Mission is optional. There is no punishment for failure. Collect a certain number of rare clans to open a special treasure chest. Collecting mission? And there was no punishment. Yi Xian would definitely do it. After all, for others, this special space was not easy to find, but Yi Xian had a Devourer space with him. It was not a problem at all for him to divide the space into different areas. Of course, since this quest was a race-gathering quest, a rare race would require Yi Xian to collect at least 2 divine beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately accepted the mission. These 9 strange fish were actually not that strong. Once Yi Xian broke through their array formation domain, it could be said that they were no longer a threat. In addition, Yi Xian had heard the system notification and knew that this strange fish would attack as soon as it saw a human, so he was not too worried about being hunted down by the treasure hunting team. Therefore, Yi Xian asked the system again, "System, why do I need to consume faith points when I use Detect Now?" This was a problem that Yi Xian had to figure out. Otherwise, no matter how many conviction points he had, Yi Xian would not be able to afford to squander them like this. Ding. System notification. Please take note, host. As the host's cultivation level increases, the detection target's strength will increase accordingly. Therefore, the system needs conviction points to strengthen the detection. So that was the case. Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian understood the system's explanation in his heart. It seemed that no matter how many conviction points he had, if Yi Xian did not use them sparingly, they would not be enough. When he retracted his gaze back to the strange fish, he realized that the 9 strange fish had actually started to flee quickly. However, it wanted to escape immediately after ambushing Yi Xian? How could it be that easy? Wei Zhentian go! At Yi Xian's command, the 2 Godslayer swords immediately flew out. Of course, this time, the Godslayer sword's goal was not to kill these strange fish, but to trap them. Wei Zhentian controlled the Godslayer swords and moved extremely quickly. After a while, they arrived beside the strange fish. The 2 Godslayer swords each emitted a sword light and easily trapped the strange fish. The strange fish were extremely terrified and kept screaming. Obviously, they were scared of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to be afraid now. When they had first tried to kill Yi Xian, they should have expected such an outcome. Within the devouring space, Yi Xian had once again opened up a special area. Yi Xian had set up layers of restrictions and even seals here. After that, Yi Xian did not even ask for the strange fish's opinion and directly absorbed the 9 strange fish into the devouring space. The pitiful 9 strange fish had failed to ambush Yi Xian and had instead become Yi Xian's prisoners. What awaited them after that was endless domestication. After all, Yi Xian would only be considered to have completed his mission after he had completely tamed them. Yi Xian did not care too much about the rewards of collecting rare species. Just the joy of collecting them was enough for Yi Xian to do this. When the strange fish disappeared, the array domain and the murlocs within it disappeared as well. Obviously, they had all been summoned by the 9 strange fish. Yi Xian did not dare to stay here any longer. After all, no one knew whether or not an enemy would come to kill him. After all, Yi Xian would not think that every divine beast elite was that retarded. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. Unfortunately, his doubts finally came to an end. First, a divine consciousness suddenly swept past Yi Xian. Yi Xian had just reacted when that divine consciousness had already locked onto him. Damn it! I've been discovered! Yi Xian was shocked. Since the divine consciousness had already discovered him, it would not be long before that divine beast elite caught up with him. Yi Xian used his greatest speed to escape. Unfortunately, that divine consciousness was still locked onto Yi Xian. System, refine restrictions and divine talismans to stop that person behind me. Yi Xian could not care less. After all, Yi Xian's divine consciousness was not undetectable. However, he did not discover anything. This already showed that the person who had locked onto him with divine consciousness was definitely much stronger than Yi Xian. Therefore, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to escape. Running away when he saw the enemy? This was an extremely shameful thing to do. However, if he knew that the enemy was extremely strong and that he had no chance of winning, he would be a fool to try and fight. Therefore, Yi Xian could not care less about his reputation at this moment. Furthermore, the fake god-slaying sword would be exposed sooner or later. Once it was exposed, those enraged divine beast elites would naturally understand that Yi Xian had tricked them. If they chased after him, Yi Xian would not stand a chance. Divine would swordsmen come out. Go, block the pursuers for me. Within the array domain, regardless of whether it was the murlocs or the heavy water attacks, they could not hurt the divine wood swordsmen in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian could only send the divine wood swordsmen out again. Swordsmen of 10,000 search, follow the divine wood swordsmen to investigate. Once there is news, report back immediately. Yi Xian released the swordsmen of 10,000 search once again. Although this little guy was extremely weak, it was still useful for detection. Divine talismans fell one after another, turning into restrictions that delayed the enemy. Yi Xian did not dare to stop at all and kept escaping forward. While escaping, Yi Xian could feel that the divine consciousness that had locked onto him fluctuated several times. Yi Xian could guess that perhaps the divine wood swordsman had already fought with him. Chapter 2454. Substantial illusion. It was unknown how far they had gone, but the divine sense that had locked onto Yi Xian had disappeared. Not long after, the sword servant hand leading sword had returned with a divine beast corpse in her hand. This time, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he had underestimated his own strength. He had underestimated the strength of the divine wood sword servants. For a long time, the 1,000 beast sword attendants had only been used as support and rarely fought alone. But in reality, the current divine wood sword attendants already had the strength to fight alone. They were even stronger than Yi Xian. For example, this time, Yi Xian only wanted the divine wood sword servants to stop the enemy. It could be said that he never expected the divine wood sword servants to kill the enemy. However, the divine wood sword servants did it. Not only did they complete the mission Yi Xian gave them, they even killed the enemy. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast corpses in the hands of the divine wood swordsman and felt rather helpless. Just as he was about to devour the corpse, he didn't expect that this time, Yi Xian would actually find a universe ring on the divine beast's body. It was not that divine beasts did not know how to use Qian Kun rings, but compared to the Kunlun god domain and the demon god domain, the ratio of divine beasts with Qian Kun rings was much lower. Yi Xian kept the interspatial ring doubtfully. Because the divine beast was already dead, the spiritual force seal on it was not very strong, even though it might have been much stronger than Yi Xian when it was alive. But now Yi Xian could still easily undo it. There was a pile of miscellaneous materials mixed with some spirit stones. It seemed that this divine beast was not rich. However, just as Yi Xian was about to devour it, he unexpectedly discovered a special item. Ding! System notification. Detected special material, Realm Guardian Illusion Orb. Realm Guardian Illusion Bead? What was this? Yi Xian clicked on the introduction and took a closer look. The Realm Guardian Orb was a teleportation orb used to enter a specific secret realm. Through this orb, one could be teleported to a specific illusory realm. Wait, an illusion? Secret realm? Yi Xian was puzzled and immediately clicked on the fantasy realm data. An illusory realm was a type of secret realm. However, it was not an ordinary secret realm. Instead, it was a realm that was concealed using a special method. It was used to store materials or for other special purposes. Generally speaking, illusions were not very big, but what was inside was arranged according to the wishes of the owner. Speaking of which, they were of a higher level than secret realms. So that was the case. Yi Xian nodded. To put it bluntly, this thing was just a warehouse. However, Yi Xian's devouring space came with him at all times, while the demonic beast's devouring space could only be transported through the illusion pearl. Yi Xian only hesitated for a moment before he made his decision. In any case, he might be hunted down if he stayed outside, so he might as well enter the illusory realm, which would be safer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He swallowed the mythical beast's corpse and crushed the illusion pearl. Similar to using a teleportation talisman, Yi Xian was quickly teleported to the entrance of a secret realm. This was a cave, but it was obviously not as simple as it seemed. As expected, when Yi Xian walked in, he realized that he was walking downhill. However, looking at the cave with the naked eye, even if he used his divine perception, he could only see a flat path. When Yi Xian turned around to look at his feet, he realized that there was a faint glow around his body. Substantial illusory realm. This cave was actually a place sealed by the substantial illusory realm. The explanation for the substantial illusory realm was actually very simple. It meant that the illusion had already materialized, and without a method to unlock it like an illusion bead, the person who entered could only walk the normal path of the cave. They would not discover anything special about this place and would only treat it as a cave. However, with the illusion pearl, the person who entered would be guided by the power of the illusion pearl and break open a new path, then walk underground. Yi Xian no longer had any doubts and continued to walk forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Xian's eyes finally lit up. At the same time, he heard the dripping sound of water. Even further away, he could hear the noise of some monkeys. Could it be that this was a monkey cave? However, Yi Xian remembered that the divine beast that was killed by the divine wood swordsman was not a monkey. What was going on? Or could it be that the divine beast had only obtained this illusion pearl, and this secret realm did not belong to him? Was it equivalent to an invitation card that allowed him to enter? Of course, the divine beast was already dead, so Yi Xian could not confirm anything at all. This secret realm couldn't be considered very big, and the apes within weren't very strong either. Yi Xian's divine sense had only swept through the entire secret realm once, and he'd already seen the entire secret realm. Other than a set of armor in the center and a large sword, there was only one tombstone that attracted Yi Xian's attention. Great wisdom, great strength, the tomb of the divine monkey. This secret realm was actually a tomb? After all this time, Yi Xian had come to the tomb of the monkey ancestor. Ji, who are you? Suddenly, a little monkey jumped in front of Yi Xian and blinked at Yi Xian. The little monkey's eyes were extremely clear and didn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't kill him for no reason. Instead, he casually replied, "I'm Yi Xian." Yi Xian, Ji, I have never heard of you. Ji, what are you doing here? Are you here for the ancestor's blessing? Ancestor again. In the demon god realm, the most mysterious thing was probably the power of the ancestor. And the most common one was the ancestor's power. It could be said that the ancestor's power was everywhere. Who would have thought that the ancestor's blessing would be mentioned here? Yi Xian frowned slightly but did not refute. Instead, he asked, "How did you know?" Ji, since you are here, why else would you be here if not for the ancestor's blessing? Let's go, I will take you to see grandfather ancestor. Grandfather ancestor? He just didn't know if this so-called grandfather ancestor was talking about his grief or his name. Of course, no matter what it was, Yi Xian did not care. After all, there was nothing in this cave that could threaten Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian followed without hesitation. After a while, Yi Xian was brought to an old monkey by the little monkey. This old monkey was very old and had no cultivation base. Grandfather ancestor, a human is here to seek the ancestor's blessing. A human? You mean a human? Grandfather ancestor looked up at Yi Xian in confusion. After confirming Yi Xian's identity as a human, he asked in confusion, "It's been 1,000,000 years since a human has come here. Little guy, come and tell grandfather ancestor, what's wrong with your human race? Why hasn't anyone come here for 1,000,000 years? Could it be that your human race is going to be exterminated?" Wiped out? Chapter 2455. Arrest warrant. Why do you say that our human race is about to be exterminated? Yi Xian asked his grandfather with a puzzled expression. Isn't that the case? As long as you meet the requirements, you can enter the ancestral spirit cave and obtain the blessing of my monkey god race's ancestor. It's been over 1,000,000 years since I started managing the cave, but not a single one of you humans has come. Isn't it because your strength is too weak that you were eliminated by the other races? The power of the primogenitor was also open to humans? It was open at least 1,000,000 years ago? These words instantly caused doubt to reappear in Yi Xian's heart. However, from the mouth of the ancestor of the monkey clan, Yi Xian also heard that their clan had always been guarding this secret realm and had never had any contact with the outside world. Therefore, they probably wouldn't know what Yi Xian was going to say. Naturally, there was no need for Yi Xian to seek trouble for himself. Of course not. Our human race is developing very well now. It's just that we haven't obtained the illusion bead yet. Yi Xian's reply made the old monkey look at Yi Xian doubtfully. Then it waved its hand and a screen of light appeared in front of the old monkey. There was clearly some information recorded on it, but unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand it. That shouldn't be the case. According to the rules set by the ancestor, every year the human clan will be given an illusion pearl. Moreover, the human clan's patriarch has also received one. Why do you say that the human clan has never received an illusion pearl? Yi Xian naturally knew the reason. Simply put, these illusion beads had already fallen into the hands of the other races. This mysterious place had no connection to the outside world, so naturally, whatever the other races said, they would believe. Even if they had doubts, they would not be able to verify them. The current Kunlun God domain no longer had a place for the human tribe. Therefore, it was not surprising that the excess illusory pearls had been stolen by the juniors of the other powerful tribes. Yi Xian felt that this ancestral land of the monkey clan was a place that already existed before the battle of the Twilight of the Gods. Just like how Yi Xian needed to rebuild his faith, this monkey tribe was also a place of faith. However, their will was for all races to coexist, so they didn't interfere. Every once in a while, they would give out illusions so that the geniuses of the various races could enter and receive blessings from their progenitor. Could it be that in ancient times, in the demon god's domain, the various races actually coexisted in harmony? Then why did it become like this now? Why would the human race become the target of oppression by the other races? Furthermore, it was a suppression that left no way out? For a moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with doubts. But of course, this wasn't the time to solve it. Therefore, Yi Xian could only keep his doubts in his heart and follow the monkeys forward. The land rented by the monkey tribe was naturally blessed by their progenitor. However, he didn't know what kind of blessing would be given to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was led to stand on a platform. After everything was ready, a few monkeys chanted and directed a ray of light directly onto Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian had already experienced the progenitor's blessing once, so he wasn't afraid at all. This time, the progenitor's blessing didn't last for a long time. Yi Xian only received some agility enhancement. All in all, the progenitor's blessing for the monkey tribe's rented land was very ordinary. Of course, to Yi Xian, the most important thing wasn't what he received from the progenitor's blessing. It was that he saw a possibility in this rented land. A possibility that was almost inevitable in ancient times. The possibility that the human tribe and the other races could coexist peacefully in the demon god's domain and compete on an equal footing. Unfortunately, after countless years, everything had changed. Then, when did it start to change? What was the reason for the change? Yi Xian's strength was limited, and his time was even more limited. If he wanted to save the entire human tribe in the demon god's domain, it would be extremely difficult. If he could find the source of the problem and deal with the conflict between the human tribe and the other races, perhaps that would be the best solution. Of course, this matter could only be done step by step. After all, Yi Xian had no clue. After retreating from the monkey tribe's ancestral land, Yi Xian realized that he couldn't find any trace of that place. At this time, Yi Xian was still standing in the cave. However, he couldn't find anything in the monkey tribe's ancestral land. Even if Yi Xian dug into the ground, he wouldn't find anything. Only through the illusion bead could he reach the monkey tribe's ancestral land. At this time, once Yi Xian retreated, there was no other way. Of course, after retreating from the monkey tribe's ancestral land, Yi Xian was temporarily safe. Because he didn't know where this place was. Why was it temporarily safe? Those super experts fought and killed countless people. Finally, an extremely powerful super expert obtained the god-slaying sword and realized that the god-slaying sword was a fake. In addition, a mythical beast had sensed the battle between Yi Xian and the strange fish. In an instant, he realized that they had been deceived. Yi Xian's appearance was not hidden from the start, so every expert knew what Yi Xian looked like. Therefore, a large number of arrest warrants were issued, and they were all warrants with great rewards. Yi Xian walked forward. He didn't have a goal. Originally, he wanted to find the various holy sons and find out where Luo Luo was after defeating them. However, Yi Xian knew that once those super experts found out about the fake god-slaying sword, they wouldn't let him go. Therefore, he didn't dare to cause trouble easily. Even if he wanted to find the holy sons and ask them, he couldn't do it at this time. During this period, it was best for Yi Xian to keep a low profile. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian didn't know that the arrest warrant had been issued. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have to hide like this. After 2 days, Yi Xian finally found a city. Mythical beasts rarely built cities. Even if they did, it was definitely not as big as the cities built by humans in the Kunlun god domain. And it could be said that every city had its own uniqueness. For example, the city that Yi Xian was looking at now. This city was built by a tribe called the Great Ant Tribe. The Great Ant Tribe was rather special. They had a clear division of labor like ants, and their internal structure was very strict. However, they were huge and couldn't be called ants at all. It could only be said that they were a special tribe that had learned the structure of ants. Legend had it that the Great Ant Tribe wasn't a tribe from the realm of the gods, but came from a mysterious place. It was just that there was no way to prove this legend. Even the Great Ant Tribe didn't know anything about it. Therefore, this legend could only be said to end here. When Yi Xian walked into this city, he felt a sense of oppression. The Great Ant Tribe looked like humans. They had 2 legs and 4 arms. Their faces were also very similar to humans. However, they didn't have hair on their heads. Instead, they had 2 strange feelers. Of course, their feelers had many uses. As for their bodies, they were divided into 3 parts and covered in scales. In terms of appearance, they looked like ants. This was probably the origin of the Great Ant Tribe's name. Chapter 2456. 7 Bloody Nights. The reason why Yi Xian felt pressured was precisely because this city was too strict. It could be said that in this place, other than outsiders, as long as they were members of the Great Ant clan, every single one of them had a clear division of labor and their own missions. At this time, Yi Xian was walking towards the city gates. There was a row of Great Ant Tribe guards at the gates. These guards were lined up neatly, so much so that every movement was exactly the same. From the sky to the ground, there was a total of 6 rows, with 12 guards on each row. However, these guards didn't even have the slightest deviation from the angle of the swords in their hands. The moment Yi Xian walked through the city gates, the restriction on flying was immediately activated, forcing everyone to land on the ground. And the place where they landed was just right in the middle of the barbican. Within the barbican, A row of guards was checking the identity of every person who entered the city. As for what they were checking, Yi Xian didn't know at all. When Yi Xian walked into the city, he saw an even stranger scene. Every single member of the Great Ant tribe was walking in a neat row. Oppressive, incomparably oppressive. This city was full of oppressive feeling. There wasn't a single trace of disorder in the entire city. This was the realm of the gods. In the realm of the gods where the strong were respected, strength represented everything. However, this universal rule didn't seem to apply in this place. In this place, all rules didn't apply. Yi Xian had seen it with his own eyes, and it wasn't the first time he'd seen a powerful expert in the Divine King realm line up with some small fry that he could even blow to death with a single breath. Of course, this was the tradition of the Great Ant tribe after all. It had nothing to do with Yi Xian. In this city, there was a special area for receiving outsiders, and Yi Xian could only go there. Because apart from this area, anyone who accidentally trespassed anywhere else would be politely asked to leave. When Yi Xian walked into this special area, he felt slightly better. Yi Xian didn't have a purpose in coming here. He just happened to be passing by. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian casually found a restaurant and walked in. "Sir, please come upstairs." Yi Xian nodded and headed upstairs. The people who opened shops in this area were not from the Great Ant clan. If they were from the Great Ant clan, they would not be shouting like this. After finding a random spot, Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand and examined it closely. After all, Yi Xian had not had the time to take a good look at the Godslayer after it had been strengthened. The appearance of the Godslayer had changed a lot, but Yi Xian could still see the original appearance of the Godslayer. At this moment, the Godslayer was flowing with brilliant light and vibrant colors. It could be said that even a blind person could tell that the Godslayer was extraordinary. And it was inevitable that there would be people who would be disloyal. At this moment, a group of people were secretly communicating with each other through voice transmission. However, they were obviously very wary, not only because of Yi Xian's strength, but also because this was the territory of the Great Ant clan. Yi Xian casually ordered some food and prepared to rest here. After all, he was on tenterhooks during the escape and Yi Xian was still a little tired. Therefore, Yi Xian could not help but let his guard down and did not notice those people's movements in time. At this moment, Yi Xian was still sitting in his seat, completely unaware of the approaching danger. A guest in the restaurant hurriedly ran out. Not long after, a voice transmission talisman flew out. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian headed outside. In the city of the Great Ant clan, Yi Xian did not know of any special places to go, so he just strolled around casually. At this moment, a young man ran up to Yi Xian. "Senior, is this your first time in Great Ant City?" Yi Xian glanced at the young man. His strength was very ordinary, so he did not pay much attention to him and only nodded. "Senior, what do you think of this? Where do you want to go? I will take you there. When the time comes, you can just reward me. What do you think?" So that was what this young man meant. There were guides in almost every city, so it was not considered special. Therefore, Yi Xian did not think too much about it and asked directly, "Tell me, is there any place worth visiting here?" "Senior, you have asked the right person. Great Ant City is the territory of the Great Ant clan, and the Great Ant clan is famous for being strict. Therefore, the treasures they make can be said to be the most exquisite. The Jubao Pavilion is the biggest auction venue in Great Ant City. Of course, other than that, the Bloody Seven Nights is also a good place to go. The Bloody Seven Nights is an entertainment venue. As long as you have enough spiritual stones, you can enjoy all the services you want there." The young man began to introduce Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was here to relax, so he took a fancy to the Bloody Seven Nights at first glance. Bloody Seven Nights. This name is a little interesting. Tell me, what is so special about it? Yi Xian interrupted the young man and asked casually. "Senior, you may not know, but the name Bloody Seven Nights has a great history. It is said that when the Bloody Seven Nights was first established, the fierce White Giant clan and the sharp-mouthed Silver Hook clan fought for the management rights of the Bloody Seven Nights. The battle lasted for 7 days outside Great Ant City. During these 7 days, the blood of the two clans flowed like a river. The fierce white giant clan who won in the end was famous for being simple-minded. Therefore, they did not even bother to think of a name and directly used the Bloody Seven Knights as the name. Fierce white giant clan? Yi Xian murmured softly. The guide immediately said, Senior, you shouldn't provoke the members of the white fierce giant clan. They are very simple-minded. You can even say that they are very stupid. However, they are very stubborn. Moreover, they have a very good relationship with the Great Ant clan. Moreover, one of their servant clans is the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog clan. They are very cunning. It can be said that they are very difficult to provoke. Therefore, if Senior goes to the Bloody Seven Knights, you must remember not to incur enmity with the fierce white giant clan. Even if these fellows won't find trouble with you temporarily in the Bloody Seven Knights, once you leave the city, you will definitely be hunted down by the fierce white giant clan and the Great Ant clan. These fellows are stubborn fellows. Once they recognize you as an enemy, they will not stop until they kill you. Therefore, you must not provoke them. Moreover, these two clans have numerous experts. Yi Xian nodded. For Yi Xian, of course, he would not provoke trouble for no reason. He came here to relax, not to look for trouble. Why would he provoke the fierce white giant clan for no reason? After making up his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly let the young man lead the way. Soon, Yi Xian was led to a rather remote pavilion by the young man. This pavilion was very dilapidated, but it was definitely not simple.